proudly presents the National Championship of American Golf, conducted by the United States Golf Association. Welcome to live final round coverage of the 93rd United States Open Golf Championship. On this sultry summer Sunday, that's Manhattan sitting in the distance, as quiet and empty as it ever gets. The citizens have fled by the tens of thousands this weekend for the seashore, the mountains, or the country in search of fresh air and relaxation. On this particular day, however, many of them have also made their way over the George Washington Bridge or through the Hudson River tunnels out to a usually quiet town called Springfield, New Jersey. They've come here to the Baltusrol Golf Club for the 93rd playing of the U.S. Open Golf Championship. They appear here as a crowd, but each spectator comes as an individual, each with his or her own reason for wanting to endure the heat and discomfort to watch today's final round of play. And here's where it'll end, barring a tie, late this afternoon on the 18th green, just below the old clubhouse, as Baltusrol completes its role as host to the Open for the 7th time. Hello, I'm Jim McKay, welcoming you to Baltusrol and our start-to-finish 5-hour coverage of the Open Championship. Now, if you're a father, remember, this is your day, it's Father's Day, and you're entitled to watch from start to finish with no feeling of guilt whatsoever. And if each spectator, including you, comes to the Open with their own reason. So each golfer has arrived to this day with an individual motivation. An older player taking one more shot at it, a 21-year-old amateur trying to make a first impression, or a touring pro trying to put a crown on his career. Lee Janzen fits that last description, and what started out as pleasant excitement yesterday, leading the Open after 3 rounds, now must become a very heavy burden, because all eyes will be on him as he tries to maintain a one-shot lead over the veteran former champion Payne Stewart. Now remember that some 6,000 players tried to qualify for this championship to join the others already exempt. The 6,000 played at 86 sites. The survivors moved on to these 12 locations. And finally, 89 of them came to Baltusrol to complete a starting field of 156. Later today, unless there's going to be an 18-hole playoff tomorrow, one man will hold the trophy and become one of the great champions of golf. It's one of the great honors in sport anywhere in the world. Now, as for Lee Janzen, he has a couple of things possibly within his grasp today. Let's take a look at some of the statistics. In 1981, George Burns shot .203 for the first 54 holes. T.C. Chen did it at Oakland Hills, and Lee Janzen did it yesterday. That's the record. We must say, however, that George Burns and T.C. Chen, neither one of them, won the Open Championship. Here are the scoring records through the years. 1903, Willie Anderson, who won 4 here at Baltusrol, shot .307. In 1936, again at Baltusrol, it was Tony Manero setting an Open record with .282. And then twice more, both at Baltusrol, Jack Nicklaus .275, Jack Nicklaus .272. Now, just about 40 minutes ago, we had this sight here at Baltusrol. Payne Stewart, within one shot of the lead in the U.S. Open, carrying his own bag out to the practice tee. I mean, we just don't see that very often. He didn't seem to mind it at all. Apparently, he was here before his caddy was, or I don't know, he just decided to do it himself. Perhaps we can find out a little bit later on exactly what was the motivation for that. Payne Stewart headed for the practice tree, carrying his own. I'm sure he's done that more times than once, too, in his career. So we have an unusual occurrence already, and the leaders haven't even teed off, Brent.
Jim, it's going to be quite a day. Did you notice that Payne Stewart, not wanting to insult fans of either the New York Giants or the New York Jets, has broken out the colors of the Buffalo Bills? That may be tempting fate a little bit, and given the Bills' records in recent Super Bowls, we'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look at our final groupings of the day. I want to pick out one story here and concentrate on it. Mike Donald in the 111 group. Those of you who remember the 1990 U.S. Open at Medina, there was Donald needing just a par on the 72nd hole. Instead, it was a bogey, and he went to an 18-hole playoff with Hale Irwin on that Monday. They were tied after 18, and Irwin beat him with a birdie on the 19th hole on playoff day. And so Donald lost his tour card the next year, hasn't been heard from since, and isn't it nice to see him amongst the leaders? Now moving on to the 138 group. From Australia, Craig Perry, and we have seen him be very effective, especially down at Augusta. And you know, there's more than one Long John on the tour. John Daly's the longest of them all, and close behind him is that other fellow right there on the right, John Adams. At 147, it will be the steady Fred Funk, once the college golf coach at the University of Maryland, against Paul Azinger, who now has replaced Tom Kite as the finest player in the world never to have won a major. Then at 156, second to last group, the steady David Edwards, who a couple of years ago won the Memorial, the Heritage this year, matched against a man, Nick Price, who could become the first foreign-born golfer to win the U.S. Open Championship since David Graham in 1981. And then the final group, the matchup, and what a contrast. Here is the veteran, Payne Stewart. He has done everything this year except win. Lee Janzen, not as consistent, but he has been a winner this year. As far as experience in the U.S. Open, take a look at this. This is the first year that Janzen has even made the cut. He missed it all 3 previous times. Payne Stewart won a couple of years ago in Minnesota. That was his last victory. Nick Price, he's been as high as 4th. Paul Azinger has been in the top 10 when he finished 6th. David Edwards, no higher than 28. And ladies and gentlemen, Tom Watson, now this is his 22nd start, but in 10 previous occasions, he finished in the top 10, including 1 victory, and Perry climbed as high as 11th. Well, we welcome our colleague Peter Jacobsen, and Peter, I sure wish you were out there coming down the stretch with our leaders, but I guess no one knows this golf course quite like you do, right?
Well, the golf course has held up quite well. Early on in the week, a lot of spectators came up to me and said, "Boy, you're going to rip it up, aren't you? You guys are going to break the record." I think Nicklaus's record is intact. I think that the players are unanimous in their praise with the way the golf course is played. The rough is not the penal rough that we've seen in many U.S. Opens in the past. We're seeing more flyers. The players can reach the green from the rough, and that involves more problems, more bunker shots, more chipping, and to these very hard and fast greens, putting is very difficult too.
Now, you know, it's an interesting golf course. We don't find any par 5s on the front 9, but a steady string of tough, long par 4s.
Yeah, we've got a lot of par 4s that are straight too. We mostly, a lot of times you like to have a par 5 you can birdie, but you don't get a par 5 to the last 2 holes. As you see, we've got 8 straight par 4s here at Baltusrol. You've got a couple par 4s that dogleg to the left and a couple that dogleg to the right, but the players don't really think birdie until they reach 17 or 18.
And then we come to 17, 630 yards long.
Yeah, it was interesting. We saw John Daly earlier in the week reach this thing in 2. The players will tee off on 17 out of a chute of trees. And as I said, they're not going to be thinking birdie until they reach the 17th tee. And if somebody comes to the last 2 holes with a lead, I think they're going to be able to hold it, because even if you do mess up and put it in the rough, you can make 5s on these last 2 holes.
This is the longest hole in U.S. Open history. Let's go back to that great moment, Peter, with John Daly.
Well, I don't have to tell you how long this guy is. I played with him last week at the Buick Classic in Westchester, and it was, I got caught just watching him hit tee shots. Here he is with his tee shot on Friday. Hit a little draw off the tee. You can hear the moans and the groans from the crowd. And watch how far this thing went. You can see by the mark in the fairway, it just got past the 320-yard marker off the tee. 325, incredible. Now, John doesn't carry a fairway wood. He just carries the driver. This is a 2-iron that is bent to a 1-iron loft. I think he's got 16 or 17 degrees. Now watch this favorable kick right up onto the green. I don't think anybody's ever done that before, although there is some argument about that.
Yes, there is. We'll get to that. And Peter, John Daly with a wide smile, and the crowd yesterday wanting him to do it again, but it wasn't today.
John tried to hit it 326. Hit it in the left rough, and needless to say, you can't reach the green from the left rough.
Well, you mentioned that maybe somebody had done it back in '67. The Newark Star-Ledger, fine column by Sid Dorfman today, said that Billy Farrell, the son of the longtime pro right here, Johnny, had accomplished it with a driver and a 3-wood in '67. But someone went out this morning, did some research, and came back and said, no, not quite. The tee was only 570 yards away. Billy, now the pro up at Stanwich, a fine golf club up in Connecticut, he was long enough. And after the 17th, we get to this grand finishing hole.
I could not reach 17 even if it was 550 yards long. The 18th hole is definitely a birdie hole. I think that if the player is going to reach this hole, they're going to have to watch out for the creek on the left, as we've seen in the past. It's a downhill tee shot. The ball is going to kick and roll. We had some rain last night, but I don't think it's going to slow the tee shots down. The second shot is uphill, and you've got to get over this little pot bunker here in the front of the green, or do as Lee Janzen did, just bounce right over the top of it. Let's take a look at the scoring summary. We've talked all week about how difficult the first 7 holes are, and as you can see, 628 over par. The next few holes, only 340 over par, but still very difficult. And when the players reach the last few holes, they're going to be licking their chops. It's played to 21 strokes under par. It's usually the other way around. Normally the easy holes are at the start and the difficult holes are at the finish, but not here at Baltusrol.
Well, Jim McKay, and here's the man, and you certainly remember that U.S. Open, Mike Donald.
Absolutely. The event of a lifetime for Mike Donald. He's done nothing since, but here he is back playing extremely well in the U.S. Open. Nope, hold it. Well, no problem there, Peter.
No, that's not bad.
The light rough. Now, this, just a few minutes ago, was on the 12th tee, a par 3, 206 yards long. And watch what happened from the club of Sandy Lyle, former British Open champion.
Very appropriate here on Father's Day. Sandy with his brand new baby daughter. Talk about right down the middle.
That was it.
That's a Father's Day gift to himself.
Congratulations to Sandy and happy Father's Day. Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard. None of these people have teed off yet, or you would see the hole they were on the right of your screen. It's Jansen by 1 over Payne Stewart, and you saw the other leaders there. Fred Funk hanging in there with Levy and Mike Stanley and John Adams, the long hitter. Couples still at even par now after 1 hole. Ray Floyd even after 2. Floyd getting him back into it a bit. Ian Baker Finch there at even par after 1. Hankey and Mike Donald. John Cook, Jeff Sluman, Tom Lehman, and it may be a day of unexpected events. This was on the practice range. At first they thought it was Payne Stewart's caddy running out to catch up with his man, but no, it was a deer. Watch this. Wonderful jump, a 9.4, if I ever saw one. This marks the 7th U.S. Open for Baltusrol. The first was 90 years ago in 1903. The winner that year was Willie Anderson, who shares with Bobby Jones, Ben Hogan, and Jack Nicklaus the distinction of most U.S. Open victories, 4 apiece. Anderson's prizes in 1903 were a gold medal, just like the one the 1993 champion will receive, and a money prize, well, rather different from today's. Anderson won $200. This year, the champion will receive $290,000.
The 1993 U.S. Open. This ABC Sports exclusive is brought to you by Lincoln Mercury and a complete line of 1993 Lincoln and Mercury automobiles. By express mail from the Postal Service. We track, we trace, we deliver for you. By Karsten Manufacturing, makers of custom-fit, custom-built ping, zing, irons, and woods. And by the American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
We caught up with Lee Jansen, who's had an unusual practice routine this morning. You came out early, didn't you?
Came out early just in case there was any traffic problems. Haven't had any traffic problems all week, so not to worry about that. But I got here early just so I could relax. I think I was more nervous when I got up this morning laying around the house, and once I get to the course, I felt better. You know, I think just being around the other players and being in the locker room, you feel a little bit more at home.
How do you mentally prepare for this situation? This is something you dream about when you begin playing golf.
It's not hard to mentally prepare for it because all I've done is think about it nonstop since I got off the course yesterday. I'm not even sure if I slept last night. I think I did. But, you know, I know that regardless of what happens today, it's going to be a memorable experience, and I'll remember it for a long time, and I'm looking forward to it.
It was somewhat appropriate that the last guy that said good luck to you inside the locker room was 3-time champion Hale Irwin.
Good timing, I guess, you know, that he was standing there and his locker's near mine. It was nice. He's a great guy, and I appreciate the support.
All right, Lee, good luck. Play well today.
Thanks.
Fred Couples, second shot at the second hole.
Don't, Paul.
Don't, but there it is, safely on the green on the 381-yard par 4 second hole.
That's a tough little position today on the front right. Most of the players will be putting downhill.
Now the famous 4th hole, par 3, John Cook. Okay.
We saw the pin position yesterday, front left. Today it's back left. And I was hitting some shots to that pin position during the practice. And when that ball lands on top, it generally rolls over the green.
Mike Donald now on the 1st hole for his par. Trails the leader by 7 shots, but then so did Arnold Palmer in 1960 going to the final.
It's good to see Mike Donald having another good U.S. Open.
Have a look at Jeff Sluman, who finished 2nd in last year's Open Championship at Pebble Beach. 2nd shot on the 3rd hole, 466-yard par 4. We'll see a lot of those big bounces today. So it's an interesting golf course. It's straightforward in some ways, intricate in others. A little bit earlier this week, we had our on-course commentators give some of their thoughts about old Baltusrol.
You know, I've been going to the U.S. Open since 1975. The thing that I've noticed this week is the driver is back in the players' hands. Now, in the past, accuracy was the most important factor in playing these very difficult U.S. Open golf courses, trying to avoid the treacherous U.S. Open rough. But there are 3 things that are different here at Baltusrol. 1, length. The golf course is extremely long with 3 par 4s measuring 470 yards in the first 9 holes. 2, the fairways are very wide, very generous. And 3, with the lack of the rain in New Jersey over the past 30 days, the rough is sparse. Now, conceivably, I could think that these players might use their driver today some 13 of 14 tee shots, which is highly unusual for this high-tech world of golf. So today, when they step on these long par 4s and yank out their driver, they're going to let the big dog eat. Now let's go over to Mark Roffing.
Clearly one of the big stories this week is the lack of the typically brutal U.S. Open rough. A good example is here at one of the long par 4s where these 2 tee shots have both ended up about 200 yards from the hole. This second shot played from the fairway would probably be a 3-iron shot. It could be flown all the way up to the green. In U.S. Opens past, a drive in the rough like this would simply have to be wedged back to the fairway. That's not going to be the case this week. This ball definitely can be advanced to the green, maybe with even as little club as a 5-iron. This 5-iron is not going to fly as far as the 3-iron from the fairway, but because of the overspin and because of the Tillinghast design feature where many of the greens are open in the front, a ball can be landed short of the green and it'll actually run up onto the putting surface. What does this mean? I think it means that there's a lot more players that have a chance to win the U.S. Open this week than would have had the rough been high and thick. Let's move forward to Judy Rankin.
The greens here at Baltusrol are without a lot of severe sloping, but there is gentle motion to these greens. Up above the golf course sits Baltusrol Mountain, the highest point in the area, and many players believe that the ball breaks ever so slightly away from that mountain. With a few exceptions, the greens here are large by U.S. Open standards. Now, you can become a good short putter with strong mechanics and a lot of practice, but good long putters have an instinctive sense of speed and distance. That will continue to be a valuable commodity here. Let's go to Bob Rosberg.
Just a few interesting facts about Baltusrol. There are not a whole lot of out of bounds here. All of them are to the left. However, the ones at number 1 and number 2 do come into play. Fred Couples showed us that yesterday. Water hazards do not abound here either. The stream across number 13, in which Fred Couples hit his shot on Friday and cost him dearly, does come into play. Also, you saw Tom Watson hit it in the water to the left of 18 and make a 6. Now, this pond in front of the 4th green definitely comes into play. However, today, with the flagstick in the back left, I don't think you'll see too many balls in the water. However, I can tell you about this firsthand. In 1954, I was in pretty good shape coming here. I hit 2 balls in the water, walked off with a 7, and wasn't heard from again.
That's our Rossi. Always tells the truth. Fred Couples now. Birdie putt. Basically, you saw why he is not further up the leaderboard on those 2 shots.
It seemed like we were picking on Fred.
Well, he just happened to hit good shots illustrative of the problems.
And back in 1954, when Rossi was making his big number there, Fred Couples wasn't even born yet.
Here's Ray Floyd. He went over the green on the par 3 fourth.
This is what I was talking about earlier. It's very hard to stop that ball on that back left shelf on number 4.
So is this a more difficult pin place or a little bit easier than yesterday?
Oh, I think it's more difficult. I think number 4 today is much more difficult.
John Daly, Long John on the 9th tee, the par 3.
John Daly's a long hitter, but he's also got a great golf swing.
A little too strong on that one. We wondered why Payne Stewart carried his own golf bag to the practice tree. Here's Steve Melnick with him.
We saw you carrying your bag out to the practice tee this morning. Where's Hicksy?
Well, he was here. You got to humble yourself every now and then, and it's nothing like carrying your golf bag to the practice tee.
For the final round of the U.S. Open, huh?
Sure, why not? And it's something you had to do,
Well, you said to Hicksy looked at his watch, and you all set him an appointment for 1 o'clock to meet out here. But what'd you tell him you had?
I said I was just anxious to be here.
You had the itch?
Yeah, I had the itch. Had the itch to get out here and get after it.
How do you prepare to play a final round of the Open? You've won this championship before. You're absolutely, I would think, in an ideal spot where you want to be in the final group.
Well, I'm just so pleased with what I'm doing on the golf course, the way I'm playing, and I just got to, trust in my own ability and take it from there.
Is there any key to the play of the round, the first 7 holes being so tough?
You got to play all 18 of them, and people have said, well, are you and Lee going to get in a match play? This is a mental play tournament, and low score wins, and that's what I'm going to try to come up with today.
Good luck out there.
Thanks, Steve.
Here's Ray Floyd with this par putt at the 4th hole.
Should break a little to Ray's right. Payne Stewart was asked last night about what was going to win, and he said,
Well, Payne also said he had the itch to get out here today, so he came out and carried his own bag to the practice tee. Could that be a sign perhaps of over-eagerness?
It could be a sign of over-eagerness. I'm a little concerned that Payne would break his normal routine to get out to the golf course early. He may be a little over-anxious. He may be a little over-eager. He's probably spending time right now just trying to relax and get into his frame of mind. One of the things that Lee Janzen mentioned earlier with traffic problems. Every year at the U.S. Open, we have thousands of people flocking to the golf course. And the players don't have any special route to get to the golf course. We have to drive the streets like everybody else. So invariably, you see players come to the tournament early, relax in the locker room, or maybe hit a few more balls.
At Winged Foot a few years ago, Tom Watson had to leave the car and run with his bag to make his tee time. And there you have seen a good number of the players still in the field. 89 of them in the U.S. Open. The second U.S. Open played at Baltusrol was in 1915. The winner was an amateur, Jerome D. Travers, a local man who lived in fashionable Montclair, only 15 miles from Baltusrol. Travers had already won the U.S. Amateur Championship 4 times. He was of a breed now extinct, a socialite golfer with plenty of family money and golf as a hobby. As a matter of fact, he didn't even bother to defend his Open title in 1916. However, the Travers money was lost in the Depression, and Jerry Travers had to turn pro and give lessons at a driving range in order to survive. Now, another look at Jeff Sluman, who, as we said, finished second in the Open last year on the 4th tee. It was just a minute ago. A lot of times they won't. Here's John Daly on the 9th hole with his second shot. That should be his 3rd shot. Is he just started? That's his 3rd shot, sure.
Yeah, we saw John Daly get the ball over the green quite a bit, and sometimes it doesn't help to be so long.
Now Fred Couples again on the third hole, 466-yard par 4, his second shot.
It's a blind tee shot. You just have to kick it down over the hill and try to turn it a little to the left. And Fred's got a short iron for his second shot. Very difficult green to putt. You saw Tom Watson yesterday miss about a 2.5-footer.
Now Scott Hoke, who was way up the leaderboard at one point in this championship, but has dropped down.
He's trying to get the ball just over that little hill in the middle of the green and then stop it quickly. Well, he's gotten it over the hill.
Straight down the middle is never all bad, is it? Wayne Levy on the first fairway. The first hole, remember, is long, 470-yard par 4.
As you can see, Wayne Levy hitting a fairway wood gives you an indication of just how long these converted par 5s are playing. This is 470 yards in length. As you said, straight down the middle never hurts you.
No. At 1 under par, Wayne Levy is tied for 6th place in this championship, 6 shots out of the lead.
12 in front. Huh?
Yeah.
I think we said the other day he was probably the most uncelebrated player of the year when he won 4 tournaments in one season.
I think Wayne Levy is one of the most uncelebrated players on the tour for his entire career. He's had a very strong career, a lot of victories, very solid player.
Turn over, David.
Okay, turned over. First trouble of the day for us to see. Tom Watson in trouble on the second.
Tom Watson hooked his 2-iron tee shot to the left. Now has to try to bash it out of the trees and run it onto the green.
Well, we would hope that the second day of heat isn't affecting a 43-year-old body out there.
Looks like his second shot just got caught up in the rough. Didn't run anywhere but about 3 or 4 yards. That's unfortunate. I was really kind of hoping Tom Watson was going to contend for the
I
Open
think we all
title.
were.
He's been a tremendous asset to the game for years. Great personality, great charisma, great integrity. That's what this game is all about.
That's about all he could do. Let's see how it turns out.
Boy, it's frustrating to have a tree in your backswing on one shot, but when you have it back-to-back.
Those 2 shots are the middle shot, just something all of us regular, ordinary people can identify with. Now we're up on the 5th hole. We're going to watch John Cook with his 3rd shot on the 5th, which is a 413-yard par 4. Cook, as you see, 1 over for the championship.
Coming into the week, I had thought the 5th was going to be a difficult hole. It's a kind of a tabletop green, slopes away from you on all sides. As you can see, John has a little bit of an uphill putt.
Former U.S. amateur champion. Won it here in New Jersey.
We get so conditioned to trying to make birdies on the par 5s, but we don't have any par 5s until we reach 17 and 18. So you play so many long iron shots on Baltusrol. Getting the ball close is very difficult.
Nice putt by John Cook. Now, if you're wondering where the leaders are, well, they're still here on the practice putting green. We told you we'd give you complete coverage. Soon we'll be going back to their cars on the way out. There's Payne Stewart. The always recognizable Payne Stewart with the +2s, I think they are. Couples now for the birdie and 3. He's got it. So he gets one back, does Fred Couples.
Jim, I still think that anything under par here is going to have a chance to win.
Well, Couples now at 1 under for the championship and the day. Craig Parry of Australia also at 1 under, beginning his round. You don't have to be big to belt in this game, do you, if you've got the timing, Peter? 5'6". Of course, they do call him Popeye because of the powerful forearms he has. John Adams, as indicated earlier, long hitter.
He shaved.
He shaved his beard off.
I think that's in honor of his beloved Phoenix Suns. Instead of shaving his head like Charles Barkley, he decided to shave his face.
Well.
Maybe he's thinking about the awards presentation.
Right there.
First man to start the U.S. Open with beard and finish without. It's a new statistic. Fred Couples now on the 4th tee. This is the beautiful, watery par 3. 4th hole. Water? Who said it was in the water?
Well, he probably mishit it so much that he felt like it was going to go in the water. Safely on.
Little break here for conversation with Stuart Block, president of the USGA. Brent?
Stuart Block, the president of the USGA. And Stuart, take an overview of this championship. What's your impression so far?
Well, I think the championship is running very smoothly, number one. But the two things that strike me most about the championship are the pace of play. As you know, the PGA Tour and the USGA have been very concerned about the pace of play amongst all kinds of championships. But it seems to me that when we are 27 minutes better on Thursday and Friday, and we got around yesterday, the last group was 3 hours and 33 minutes. It indicates that we're getting a lot of help from all the competitors, and I'm delighted. And the second item is the crowds, which I've been very impressed with. They're a lot different than some of the metropolitan crowds that we've experienced in the past, and we're grateful.
Tell me a little bit about the sand here at Baltusrol. Your impression was you wanted to make the bunkers a hazard again. Have you done it, and how?
Well, that has become a part of our championship course preparation, that the bunkers are not as firm as they used to be, so that the player cannot aim at a bunker and perhaps be better off than if he were in the rough. And I think this sand here is demonstrating that it's a little softer, and the players have trouble spinning the ball as much, and therefore there is a penalty for being in the bunker.
Now, Stuart, we were not blessed with a lot of rain over the last month, so the rough is not as high as it has been in previous U.S. Opens. When we get to Oakmont, the players have loved the conditions here. Would you like to see it revert back to the way it was, or keep it this way?
I think that what we have here is uneven rough. Where the water reached the bluegrass, the rough is the way we want it. Where there is not water in the rough, it's uneven. I think at Oakmont there will be more uniform rough. It'll be a little more what the players are used to finding at a U.S. Open championship.
Stuart, why have the Europeans found it such tough sledding at especially this year's U.S. Open?
It's hard for me to explain it so much at this Open. You can easily explain it when you look at the kind of courses they play, which are more wide open, which have less rough. And here, the rough is a little more forgiving. I would have expected them to do a little better.
Exactly. I want you to take a look at this graphic. The USGA runs 13 different championships during the course of the year. The growth is remarkable.
It's not only in championships, Brent, but it's throughout the entire spectrum of the game. As we know, more and more courses are being built. It's a problem that we're facing, that there's not enough known about the environmental problems that are out there, and we've spent considerable resources developing environmental and turfgrass research to help the player. And I think that the number of new golfers is absolutely phenomenal, and I think they need some help from the USGA, and as a result, we're developing a video which I think will help them learn the etiquette of the game and the history and background of the game, which will help them enjoy it a great deal more.
We look forward to that.
Baker
Thank you, Stuart.
Nice to be here. Thank you, Brent.
Now Ian Baker Finch on the 4th hole. Getting a good look at this challenging par 3 today.
Well, we saw the pin yesterday in the front left, and we saw a lot of great shots. We saw Tom Watson almost make a hole-in-one. Billy Andrade came within inches of a hole-in-one. This is a much more difficult hole today. It's longer, and getting it back to that left corner is tough. As Ian Baker that's the reverse kiss of death.
Wayne Levy's birdie attempt at the first hole. A long one. This is on tape. Look out. Way to start his round. Wayne Levy with a birdie on the first hole. At 2 under par, he's 5 behind the leader and in a tie for 4th place. There you see him on the board. And some of the others. In 1926, the amateur Bobby Jones was a deity of sport. He had already won the British and U.S. Opens in that year when he appeared at Baltusrol in September for the U.S. Amateur. Jones personally drew crowds bigger than those at any professional tournament. Everybody who was anybody in the New York area, even Babe Ruth, came out. Jones advanced to the last day by beating 2 of the other patron saints of amateur golf, Chick Evans and Francis Ouimet. But then he ran into a very tough customer from California, George Von Elm. Von Elm beat Jones 2-1 in the final. This was Fred Couples' birdie attempt at 4 while we were away. Long way to go, Peter.
Yes, it's got to come up and over, about a 3-foot rise. That's good from down there.
Nothing wrong with that. It's going to be a par 3 for Fred Couples. He's 1 under. Don't count Fred Couples out yet. Azinger on the first tee, beginning his final round. As you see, it's a very long hole. Zinger zinged that one. Has to make you feel good when you start the first hole that way, huh?
Especially here. Azinger's only hit 21 fairways, as you saw the graphic, out of 42, so he has not driven the ball as well as he normally does, as we're watching Ian Baker Finch on number 4. Usually a very reliable putter.
Yeah. Almost had a hole-in-one and had to settle for 3. Now there's a good wide look at the first hole, looking back from the green. John Adams has this putt for a par. Again, if you're an Adams fan, when you see him, you might say, that's not John Adams. Well, it is. No beard. It's gone.
Told me, Jim, it was just too hot. He had to get rid of it yesterday morning.
I could believe that. That was Judy Rankin, who's following this group and will be. And John Adams pars the first. Mike Donald on the 4th tee.
Mike Donald has his brother Pete caddying for him this week.
Nice shot.
I think the rain has softened this green. We had a little bit of a thunder shower pass through our area last night, and the greens seem to be holding a little bit better today than they have been all week.
Ray Floyd at 1 over with the long birdie attempt at the 6th hole. he played, this was John Cook out of the golfer's left side bunker. Same hole.
He's just trying to splash this thing out and let it roll to the hole. To the hole.
Almost into it.
There's no putting the spin on the ball that we normally do out of the traps.
Because of the nature of the sand. There's David Edwards, who shot a magnificent 66 yesterday. David Edwards of the Golfing Edwards Brothers of Oklahoma. His brother Danny, through the years, I guess, has been a little better known than David. Now Wayne Levy, having birdied the first hole, drove into the rough on the second and now has this putt for a par.
That's a very old, beat-up putter. Obviously quite reliable.
Not quite reliable enough on that, and slid by a bit too. Mike Donald now, birdie attempt on the par 3 fourth. Mike will get his par and move on. The leaders have not yet teed off, remember. We'll be getting to that. Azinger with his second shot on the first.
This course is playing quite differently today. Azinger with 229 to the flagstick into the wind. The rain is really soft.
That's Jerry Pate with that group.
Jerry, it's different than we saw yesterday. They're not driving as far, some 40 to 50 yards shorter.
Well, the wind is picking up. It's a different wind. It's been out of the west. It's a little more out of the south, and it's a cooler breeze today. I think it's going to play a lot of different strategies on these players' minds today.
Doubles at the fifth. Ooh.
Oh.
So, Peter, your conjecture apparently was correct that the rain has softened these greens, at least some of them.
Yeah, we're seeing, especially on the first few holes that we've been looking at, Paul Azinger not hitting his drive as far as we saw him hit it yesterday. Wayne Levy going from a 3-wood back to a 2-iron on the first hole for his second shot. That's why I think that Jack Nicklaus's scoring record of 8 under par here back in 1980 is safe. Jansen and Stewart and all the players at the leaderboard are quite capable, but to see someone come out of the pack and shoot 4, 5, 6, 7 under, I don't know.
John Daly for a birdie at the 11th hole, which is a par 4. No.
It's an interesting pairing today. John Daly with Craig Stadler.
A couple of big guys. Ian Baker Finch. Second shot at 5. Okay.
That pin today on number 5. 28 steps back. And you're going to see a lot of balls over that green today.
Steve Elkington, the Australian, at 4 for a birdie.
People talk about Tom Pertzer having the best swing on the tour. I happen to believe it's Steve Elkington.
That putt left a bit to be desired. Steve Elkington.
Well, these players that are starting about right now are just at that point of no return where they need to get going. They need to birdie 3 or 4 holes in the first 6 or 7. And a lot of times you're a little over anxious, as we saw Steve Elkington miss his putt left there. He had an 8 or 10 footer and he was just trying to work that ball in the hole.
7th tee, Ray Floyd, former champion. Not many can hit the ball like that over 50, even if it does catch the bunker.
Well, that ball either jumped out in the grass or it completely disappeared into that.
It's either under the sand or it kicked out. Might be just in the edge of the rough. It looked like something there. Now Fred Funk on the first hole.
Fred played his second shot with a 3-wood to this position. Very awkward lie, having to pitch up the face of the bunker. The ball is in the grass. It's not in the sand. The ball is going to be lofted up. Has a lot of green to work with. To follow up on my
think the thing is so different out here. The wind has blown the same direction for 6 consecutive days. Today it's going to be much different. I think it's going to take the experienced player to play well today.
I was first aware of Fred Funk down in Maryland, where I live. He was golf coach at the University of Maryland and used to do extremely well in Middle Atlantic PGA section tournaments. But he went out on tour kind of late. He's 37 now.
Well, he wasn't sure about his game. I remember meeting Fred 4 or 5 years ago, and he thought he'd give it a try, and bang, he won at Houston, and he's got a great career going.
As Couples, remember, he went over the green on the 5th hole. Regret to tell you that the word is that Tom Watson bogeyed the 1st hole and double bogeyed the 2nd. He seems to have played his way out of it. Now David Edwards on the 1st tee. Big day for David. This is 7th U.S. Open, actually. Made the cut 3 of the previous 6 times. Never been high up before.
Going left.
Looks like plenty of room out there, doesn't it? Just try it. Azinger's 3rd shot on the 1st hole. Remember, you saw his ball just catch the edge of that bunker and kick in.
Almost the same shot as Fred Funk.
Azinger 2 under. Now Nick Price. Nick in 3rd place by himself here. 3 under par for the championship. Reigning American PGA champion.
That's the drive down the right-hand side. I believe it's going to catch the rough.
Yep. Yes, it does, Rossi. Fairly deep in the rough, too. Now let's move up to the 5th again. Ian Baker Finch's birdie try. Get lots of these little testers as they trickle by that extra foot. Wayne Levy double bogey the 2nd hole. Back to even par. Now Azinger for his par.
Let me remind you that these players teeing off now, the leaders in the tournament, they're nervous. What they want to do, that's been the story of Paul Azinger's game now for the last 2 months. It took a hold bunker shot for him to win the Memorial, as we watched him miss putt after putt on just slide by the hole. The back 9 at Memorial.
Couples can hold fast now. He's gotten it to 1 under.
You've got to get off to a good start here.
Tom Watson now having a tough afternoon. Hasn't stopped yet. Now the leader's still in the practice putting green. There is Lee Janzen with that slender 1-stroke lead over Payne Stewart, patiently signing some autographs.
I don't think he's signing autographs. I think what he's doing is he's checking some hole locations, maybe checking some yardage. This is a point of argument with a lot of players, and I know that upsets some spectators when the players won't sign autographs before they tee off or as they're walking to the 1st tee. But please remember, I remember the line Ben Hogan used one time when he was walking to the practice tee and someone asked him for his autograph, and Hogan replied, "I'm sorry, I've already started my round."
He also referred to the golf course as his office. doing business in my office. Okay, Paul Aziger, a tee shot on the second hole, 381 par 4.
Paul played a 3-iron, very nicely done, right center of the fairway. Just want to lay it up here on the second hole. So cross bunkers off the tee about 250.
The second shortest par 4 in the course. And there they are, the leaders appearing on the first tee. We're going to be back with more golf action for the 1993 U.S. Open after this message and a word from our ABC station. The clubhouse at Baltusrol. Not too many people get to see this. And this weekend, I think maybe it's just members and invited guests. And out on the terrace, they have a lovely look at the 18th green.
ABC Sports exclusive coverage of the 1993 U.S. Open continues.
Nick Price, second shot on the first hole, and then we drove into the rough.
Has 215 yards, pretty good lie, but as Jerry said, right into the wind.
Nope, not quite. Caught the bunker.
Well, the first hole is playing so much longer than it did yesterday. It's 470 yards in length. Yesterday, the players were getting up and hitting driver and 7-iron to the green. But as we've seen already this morning, it's causing the players some problems. It's a straight par 4. It's a converted par 5. Plays as a par 5 for the members. You've got the 3 little cross bunkers here on the right, which make running the ball in there today very difficult. The pin is in the back left, and we've seen a few players already catch that front right bunker.
Straight away, but 470 yards.
05 starting time for the 93rd United States Open Championship conducted by the United States Golf Association. The referee is Stuart Block, president of the USGA. The observer is Trey Holland, chairman of the USGA Rules of Golf Committee. Players are Payne Stewart of Orlando, Florida. Lee Jensen of Kissimmee, Florida. Mr. Stewart has the honor. Play away, please. Good luck, bud. Good spot, man. Nice and slow now.
The first tee. Let's salute the men who have gone before, the players who have achieved that title, U.S. Open champion. It started in the gay 90s when golf was a novelty, a foreign game just starting to take hold. The century turned. The Great Britain Harry Vardon won, but Willie Anderson, a Scot transplanted to America, dominated the decade with 4 wins. The teens were a time when an American amateur, Francis Ouimet, beat Britain's best and the explosion of golf began. The 20s roared in. It was Walter Hagen's time, but again it was an amateur, Bobby Jones, who captured the public fancy with 4 open wins and 3 seconds in 9 years. The 30s, hard times, saw men like Sam Parks Jr. and Tony Manero in the Open, but there was also Gene Sarazen, Ralph Gouldall, and Byron Nelson. War stopped the Open for 4 years in the 40s, but toward the end of the decade, Ben Hogan served notice that he had arrived. In the 50s, we saw Hogan's greatest years and also his most shocking loss to driving range pro Jack Fleck. Arnold Palmer opened the 60s and was quickly joined by Jack Nicklaus as the game's dominant stars. The 70s saw much more of Nicklaus, but Lee Trevino and Hale Irwin and Johnny Miller also made their marks in the U.S. Open. The high-flying 80s were an exciting time. Nicklaus's 4th and Watson's 1st. Ray Floyd, the oldest to win at that time. And Curtis Strange with 2 in a row. Already in the 90s, we have seen Irwin's 3rd and Payne Stewart and Tom Kite making his dream come true at age 43. And today, again, we wonder, who will it be? Will it be Nick Price? It could be. He's in 3rd place, 4 strokes behind.
Played a marvelous shot out of the bunker to this point.
Makes his par. Now the leader, Lee Janzen, 2nd shot on 1.
238 yards. Lee Janzen with a good drive here and still left with a wood into this green. Over.
That's 3 we've seen going exactly that spot. Funk, Azinger, and now the leader, Lee Janzen. Hit the side of the bunker and kick in. Payne Stewart will be next.
This first hole, truly a different hole than the one we've seen all week at Baltusrol. Payne's got 225.
There have been some good rounds today. Steve Lowry with a 66, Curtis Strange with a 67, Colin Montgomery, Dan Forsman each with 68. So it can be done.
Payne started this ball way to the right, and it's headed right. Not a very good looking shot at all.
So both of the leaders having problems on the first hole. That was not a good shot at all.
Well, Jim, it's almost looking as though it's going to be a game of recovery here at the very start. And as we've seen with many U.S. Opens, it isn't how many great shots you hit, it's how many bad shots you get away with. As we see Payne Stewart here sitting up. Notice where Payne's feet are lying to the left. And I think this is probably one of the reasons why he blocked his shot. Club takes the club straight back, a little bit shut, all the way to the top. Club's in good position there. Payne starts down through the hitting area. Notice the ball started right off the club face, and it went further to the right. Normally a very well-balanced swinger of the club.
This was Paul Azinger for a birdie at the 2nd hole.
This putt, one of the fastest putts on this golf course, really sloping downhill.
He bogeyed the first and bogeyed the second. Few other scores of prominence. Buzzy Zeller had 70 today. Nicklaus 71. Nick Faldo 72. The time now to hand over across our commentary booth, partially across the sea, but first to Brent Musburger and Peter Ellis.
Jimmy, thank you very much. And Mr. Ellis, a whole lot of interesting things going on here today, sir. The lowest round of the day, young man from the University of Alabama, Steve Lowry, with a 66, and that's been the lowest standard we've had here so far, sir.
Yes, and what do you think the leaders would give for a score like that today? It's going to be one of those fascinating afternoons, I think, and you can't totally predict what will happen, of course, because they're human beings out there. But I think the fascination for true aficionados of the game will be just to see how the two leaders control their play over these opening holes. You've got to find the fairways, hit the greens, and don't do anything silly. This is Edwards at the second.
He has 144 yards to the hole. Hole cut on the front right today. It's a tough pin because you don't want to go to the right of the hole. You'll have a very tough shot, and past it, as Jerry said, was a very fast putt. 144 yards. He has a 7-iron.
Left a little.
Well, that's all right. You keep finding the greens. Only about 20 feet from the hole.
45 or so.
Nick Price.
Jumping a little bit. Nick is 142. The only thing about his lie is it's just in the edge of the rough. It's going to make a little difference. Not bad, but you cannot spin the ball. I don't care who you are. You're not going to be able to spin it out of that rough like you are off the fairway.
Oh no. Come down.
He's left it to the right.
Well, it landed softly, and it might have gone in a far worse place. Now the 8th, Ray Floyd. 2 over par. Just the pace kept it out. Now Payne Stewart, first hole, his third shot.
This is a shot of about 40 yards. Payne took relief. His ball came to rest on one of Baltusrol professional Bob Ross's merchandise bags over here.
Get it there, Payne.
He's got plenty of green to work with.
What a wonderful shot. Well, his nerves seem to be in pretty good order. This is when they find you out on the opening holes. Lee Jansen.
Payne Stewart really is focused as we get ready to watch Lee Jansen's shot. It was interesting. I was out with Payne on Friday when John Daly hit the 2 monstrous shots at the 17th here, reached the green in 2, and I asked Payne Stewart about it. He said he really actually wasn't even watching the shot that John Daly hit. He plays his own game, really doesn't pay any attention at all to the other player. Lee Jansen with a long bunker shot here.
Not the sort of shot you'd be looking to have on the opening hole. Oh, that's very good also. This could be a mighty good duel this afternoon between these two. Nick Price up ahead at the second.
Very fast shot, Peter. He's going to have to take a sand wedge, just flop it onto the green, and it'll run right down to the hole. It's a shot that's pretty hard to leave short.
I see what you mean, Bobby. Just pop that up in the air, and it's certainly got the distance. Now Azinger, second shot of the third.
Paul with 157 yards, playing right downwind. Flagstick back 25 on the right. You want to keep this ball short to the right of the hole to have an uphill putt.
from Azinger. Up to the first hole now. Thanks to it. Now, how's that stroke early in the piece? So, stroke looked good, direction awry. Now this is the sort of start, if he can just get this one in, that Lee Janzen must have sort of dreamed about. Getting away with a par on the first hole and going one further ahead, but quickly to David Edwards. Birdie at the second.
He made a 15-footer on the first hole for a par.
He's... He'll just tap that one in, so near. Not near enough. He's a sort of smooth, quiet player that could do well today. Jensen at the first. It's another one with a very slow, methodical, mechanical putting stroke. Sometimes it's very hard to keep it slow and easy when the nerve ends are a bit raw. Yes. Well, up and down in two from the bunker. Not the easiest of shots, and that will have done him a bit of good. Price for a par at second. So they're missing the greens a bit, but they're getting up and down in two to get regulation pars. The second hole, 381 yards. One of the few holes here under 400 yards. Plenty of bunkers, as you can see. Housing down the left-hand side. Lots of bunkers dotted around, very colourful. I think these bunkers catch more of the poor old handicapper than players of this calibre. But the wind, as you heard, has changed. It's been behind at the 17th and 18th, and across at the first, and helping a bit. But now, well, it's beginning to move a little bit as we look at the. You see, only 32 birdies on this hole during the championship, and well, it's just a different day today than we've seen previously this week. Back we go past these massive bunkers to the tee up in the corner by the trees, and it's an iron from the tee, hoping for safety.
Good spot, Painter. Nice and slow. Trust yourself.
Words of encouragement from Lee Jensen's caddy. Now Payne Stewart, also an iron. Again, positional play.
Payne didn't look particularly comfortable on the putting green with the putter up there a few minutes ago, and started off by missing one here at number one. He played a beautiful round yesterday. Could have been a lot lower if he'd have made some putts, though. Good tee shot here.
Now up to Azinger, the third. Chance for birdie.
Well, now Lee Janzen with a two-shot advantage. Keep this in mind about Baltusrol. 6 of the 10 toughest holes are on the front 9 of this golf course. The third Open played at Baltusrol was in 1936, and it produced a surprise winner in dapper Tony Manero, who shattered the Open scoring record with a total of 282, 6 under par. Manero paired the final day with Gene Sarazen, played a sparkling final round of 67 to earn the Open's first prize of $1,000, a bonanza in the depths of the Great Depression. The 1936 Open was played on what we think of as Baltusrol's other 18 holes, the upper course, which gives Baltusrol the distinction of being the only club with 2 U.S. Open courses. Saturday on ABC, the Senior Tour's top stars hit the links for one of their premier events. It's the Ford Senior Players Championship. Jack Nicklaus will be there. He finished up this U.S. Open today, Peter Alice, with a 71, 9 strokes over par for the competition.
Yes, we go to Payne Stewart, second at the second.
Payne from 140 yards. Started just left of the flag, cutting back.
Yeah, fine shot. Lee Jensen had the shorter tee shot. This was his second.
He was actually quite a bit shorter, 169 yards, 6-iron. And this ball starts right at the flag, but starts ballooning as it gets to the green. Kind of falls out of the sky.
Yeah, leaving him a little chip and run from the front. David Edwards at the third, second shot.
From 165. 7-iron.
Well, you can see he's gone right to the back of the green. This hole, 466 yards, another stiff par 4 between the trees. Trees, a great feature of this piece of property here, and one of the few holes that swing away dogleg. 2 dog legs left, 2 to the right. That little creek runs in front there. Price over the creek and hopefully onto the green.
That was from 159.
All right. All right.
Well, it didn't go right, but it's safely on. Now back to the second hole. Jensen's little chip, his third shot.
This shot's from about 40 feet. Obviously a lot of golf still to be played, but a pretty important point in the round, I think, for Lee Janzen. He was actually quite nervous, I thought, before he teed off. Certainly the par 1 should have settled him down.
Well, he looked to play it nicely. He just misjudged the pace of the green. Now Paul Azinger on the fourth.
Hole playing 199 yards into the wind. Paul with a 5-iron. I don't think there's any way near he can get a 5-iron there. Hole playing it just the opposite from the first 6 days. Just carried the water. Almost went in the water there.
You probably get fooled in that corner there, Jerry, by the trees at the back. We go back to the second, Payne Stewart for a birdie. It's one of the short par 4s. A big moment, you could see a 2-shot swing here. Stewart had a putt like this on the first, about the same sort of distance, I fancy, which he just misread.
Alan, looking at Payne Stewart's round yesterday of 68, he played magnificently from tee to green. He made 2 birdies. One of them was a 2.5-footer at the 13th, and the other birdie was a 2-putt at 18 from about 35 feet. So he really did not putt very well at all.
So this putt, a bit longer than the one he had at the first. This to go 6 under par. Missed. Well, I suppose that was nearer 10 feet. Very missable putt, but good second. No drop stroke really. He's got his par.
Peter, one of the marvelous stories at this year's Open, an amateur, Justin Leonard, the national amateur champion from the University of Texas, finishing up his round, had a birdie opportunity here. Winding up with a 75 on the day. But it was remarkable that he was able to beat both Nick Faldo and Tom Kite when he played with him in the opening round. His caddy's a good story. And the caddy scholarship out of the University of Delaware will go to medical school this fall.
Hazinger's pitch at the fourth. par 3. And really may consider himself a little fortunate to have got over the water. Certainly underclubbed at the 4th. Now Jensen, what a moment again for the young player. This for a par. He just pushed him or struck it down the right-hand side. I wonder how significant that single stroke might be when he's completed the remaining 16 holes. But still 1 stroke ahead. 6 under par. Going the wrong way. 3rd hole, Nick Price for a birdie. Come on. David Edwards missed his birdie chance. Now the 4th. Fred Funk coming across the green at the 4th.
Fred just cruising along the first 3 holes, very consistent pars, 1, 2, and 3. He's a very consistent ball striker, and that's what you have to do in an Open.
Well, there's the leaderboard, and with that drop stroke by Lee Jensen, the pack seem to be somehow a little closer, which indeed they are. You can't afford to miss any of these. Price now with something just over 3 feet. Gets his par. Well, he looks relaxed enough. We go to the 4th now. Azinger, this putt for a par 3 at the 4th.
This is the type length putt you have to make to win a U.S. Open on Sunday. Patience is the name of the game, but sinking those putts inside of 10 feet, every one you miss, you'll never get them back. Par is a good score.
Yes, what a brave putt. Well, he's keeping things going very nicely indeed, Mr. Azinger. Tied for 3rd spot at the moment. Now this 4th hole, it's an interesting hole. 2 sets of tees across the big pond to a stone-walled front of the green. Lots of slope on the green. Those trees in the background, I think, may be fooling some of the players as far as club selection is concerned. Lots of history here in 67. Jack Nicklaus, 4-iron over the water, 4-iron over the top. And brought the crowd to its feet. And could he get it in? Yes, he did. Marty Fleckman, 3rd round leader, an amateur, same hole, not the same result. Drop strokes at the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, then fired it over there. Never heard of again. 1980, Jack Nicklaus, the Open Championship once more. And again, a fine shot to this deceptive par 3. Birdie down the hill, moving closer and disappearing. Jack was on a great roll. Oh, that was then. The years have tiptoed by. Some of us have got a little bit thinner, not many, and here it is today. Down we go. David Edwards.
It is very deceiving because of those trees in the back of the green. You cannot feel the wind up by the green. I was very fortunate to get across also.
It's almost exactly the same shot as Paul Azinger just a moment or two ago with Bob. Now the 5th. Here is Azinger. Got away with a 3. Good chip and a putt on the last hole.
There's a good-looking drive. Azinger with a new driver in the last month. Got the big Bertha out, put it right in the middle of the fairway.
Nick Price.
Come on, Ram. Turn the heat up, Nicky.
Well, a one-shot difference right now in the Open. We mentioned Steve Lowry with that 66 earlier. Curtis Strange, a 2-time winner, shot a 67 today. Ed Fergal shattered his left elbow in a childhood accident. He persevered, although his left arm was withered and crooked at the elbow. But Fergal slashed at the ball so effectively with his strong right arm that he was able to win the 1954 Open, the 4th Open played at Baltusrol. The runner-up to Fergal by 1 stroke was the pro rookie touted to be the game's next immortal, Gene Lidler. Meanwhile, the player who turned out to be the real McCoy had missed the cut in his first Open. He was Arnold D. Palmer in his last year as an amateur. Saturday on ABC, the Pro Bowlers Tour presents the Oregon Open. Then on ABC's Wide World of Sports, the Quaker State Professional Boxing Series, plus special performances from the World Challenger Champions and whitewater rafting on ABC.
Jensen's 3rd. To the 3rd. Second shot, I beg your pardon. Second shot at the 3rd hole. Better finds the green, needs to just steady down, having missed a shortish putt at the last hole. A little bit of, perhaps a little misjudgment of club selection. Couples at the 8th for a birdie. Yes. Nick Price, a very difficult shot here at the 4th. Played it very well. Third hole. This was Payne Stewart's second a little earlier.
From 158 yards. Not a bad lie in the rough, but still very tough to stop the ball.
Through the green it goes. Not too bad. Now, here's Stewart, little chip. This is live. Awkward little shot. Played that very delicately to par 4. Now David Edwards for a par at the 4th. So he too gets down in a chip and a putt from the front of this 4th green. Averted a minor disaster. Fifth hole, Paul Azinger.
140 yards with a 9-iron, playing slightly uphill.
He's looking very controlled and very dangerous to me, this fella Azinger.
Really has his game under control.
Yep. Jensen at the 3rd hole, just for a birdie. Good speed. Yes, good see that one coming up from about 10 feet short. It was running beautifully at the hole, and that's just the moment he wanted something to happen, and it certainly did. Back to 7 under. Another hole negotiated. Payne Stewart taps his in. Now 2 behind. Nick Price at the 4th. This for his par 3. Drilled it too hard. He's a quick player, Price, but could be again a costly one.
You know, Lee Janzen yesterday had bogeyed 2 of 3 holes, and then he suddenly birdied the 8th. And here today, when he most needed it, his 14th birdie of this U.S. Open. He has had a total of 14 birdies. However, 7 bogeys also. So Lee Janzen will try to hold on here on the front side and steady his game. He probably would settle for pars the rest of the way in this competition, Peter.
Oh, I think he would. Most certainly would. I think we tend to forget, although try and mention it often enough, the par here is 70, and it really is a very strict par. I mean, they've just shortened a couple of members' par 5s and made them into very long, almost the maximum. Well, they are the maximum distance pretty well for par 4s, and with the change of wind, it's just changed the course sufficiently to offer a different examination paper today, which is good. I think that's a nice little touch that Mother Nature's put into action for us. There's the 4th look into the wood, from the trees across the water into that tree-lined green up there at the end.
Lee Janzen has a 4-iron here at the 4th, 199 yards. You obviously want to try and get it up onto the upper shelf where the hole location is, but you don't want to hit it over the green either. Ball's headed toward the left-hand side.
Just stuck on the back. That's not too far from the pin. That may not be all that bad. Just have to watch he doesn't pop the chip shot up in the air and stop it short. I don't know whether he probably can see the ball from the tee. Not all that far from the hole.
I'm down here on the tee and I can see it, so I'm sure Lee can.
What's Payne got there?
Payne's got the 4-iron also. He drove the ball 30 yards past Lee Janzen on the last hole. I'm sure didn't expect to lose a shot there.
Your man, Payne!
He's hit beautiful iron shots all week long. This one's right on line.
No, meanwhile, Peter, let's break to the 17th. Here's a moment. John Daly. Huge throng following the big fella to see if he can possibly get it going again, as the second round he hit his tee shot some 325 yards away, and then reached it with his second. It just stayed on the green. This one over in the rough on the left side, and you can see considerably shorter than his tee shot a couple of rounds ago. Now, despite the fact that he reached it in 2, he was unable to score eagle. There has not been an eagle on this hole yet this week. It is scoring the 17th. That's where it ranks, and it is one of the 2 holes here at Baltusrol that has given these fellows a chance to break par. As a group, they're just a fraction under par on the 17th, and much more so on the 18th. Back to Azinger on the 5th.
Putt for a birdie. Good strike. Oh, we thought it was there. Well, he's only had 5 putts in the first 4 holes, and it looks as if he'd one-putted another one there, but it wasn't to be. He was after that one. 413 yards, par 4, the 5th. Bunkers left and right. Again, just a little wave, little movement in the fairway. Nicely bunkered green, nicely shaped green, framed by the trees. And very pleasant indeed. Lovely, lovely looking hole. So far, 32 threes. It's not bad when you think we've had all the greatest players in the world. It's only 413 yards. There must be a bit of trickery there somewhere. We'll leave the 5th, back to the 4th. The last pair, Stewart and Jensen.
Payne Stewart's drawn a good lie in the bunker, but as we heard Stu Block say earlier from the USGA, they want to make the bunkers a little more penal. So this sand is a little coarser this week, a little softer than what Payne's used to on the tour. It's not a particularly dangerous shot unless he were to hit it thin.
That's a great shot, isn't it? The little dot, he probably would a little red marker ink or something on the ball, so if he were to go off the fairway and there were a similar numbered ball, he'd know that one was his. Good shot. Well, you won't see a nicer shot than that today. Little shots are sometimes forgotten. Everyone sort of drools about the John Daly-like drives, but golf is a well-rounded game, and that was a lovely shot. Here's David Edwards.
150 yards, but out of a divot. Sitting in an old divot. It's a 7-iron.
Sat down very quickly, backed up a bit. Jensen. Second shot from the edge of the bunker. This isn't so easy. It could easily pop up in the air. Should stop very quickly when it lands.
The problem he's going to have is he's standing well below the ball. He's going to have to grip way down on the club, almost all the way to the metal of the shaft.
Well, he popped it up. Not a bad shot. 7.5 out of 10 for that one. He's faced with an awkward little putt again to save par. Big Price, second to the 5th.
135 after a big drive. It's an 8-iron.
Green. Well, good distance again, but just pushed away a fraction. 17th now, John Daly from the rough, light rough. I don't know whether he can get well over this middle set of bunkers and just punches it up 100 yards or so from the center of the green from there. Wonderful crowds again. Colourful crowds come out on this hot afternoon to watch the playing of this great championship. There, look at that. Isn't that a splendid view? 4th green in the foreground here and away to the 18th green, and the majestic old clubhouse tucked up on top of the knoll. Jensen here. Of course, every shot is important, but this, I don't know, it's a tricky little putt. Pretty quick. Oh, there's a thought for you. Hope no one's told Mr. Jensen that. Oh, well done. It looked for a moment as if it might have just wandered out to the left. But no, that's a very good escape for both of them. Now the 6th hole, Paul Azinger, second shot.
Put his drive here in the right rough, has 216 into the wind with a 5-iron. Really got it coming out of there hot and running.
Well, Paul Azinger chasing our leader, Lee Janzen. Through 3 rounds, Janzen averaging 28 putts a round, and the putter is saving him here today. The 1967 U.S. Open at Baltusrol had everything, including 3rd and 4th round pairings of Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer. Both spoke the usual cliches about playing the golf course, not each other. The truth was the head-to-head tension was so palpable on Saturday they were both out of sync. Between them, they didn't make one birdie until the 17th hole when Nicklaus finally squeezed one in. But on Sunday, they were both on their games. Palmer shot a crisp 69, 1 under par, while Nicklaus shot an epic 65 to win by 4 shots over Arnold. Saturday, July 10th on ABC Sports. We'll be at the Cherry Hills Country Club for the Senior United States Open Championship. And the defender, Larry Loretti, will defend his title. Live coverage begins Saturday, July 10th, right here on ABC.
Lee Janzen, 5th tee.
Started this ball on the right-hand side of the fairway, and the wind's pushing it to the right.
Right, Payne, the door's open.
Stop, Painter, nice and slow now.
Words of encouragement as we go quickly to Price at the 5th, up ahead on the green, this for a birdie. There's a good putt from there. Quite a swing. Now Payne Stewart. Jensen has driven into the rough on the right.
This ball is headed way to the right. We're going to miss the fairway by 30 yards.
So that's scampering in there behind the scenery. That was not a good swing at all. In fact, very similar to the second shot he hit at the first hole. A great push out to the right, which is usually a sign of tension. Now the 6th, this awkward shot of Paul Azinger. Well, it was a nasty little shot he had to play. He's putted quite wonderfully this afternoon. He's in 3rd position, Azinger, 4 behind Lee Janzen. So far, nobody creeping up the leaderboard. There's nobody laying in ambush for him. Janzen from the rough at the 5th.
He's got a terrible lie, 162 yards up the hill. Actually, Payne Stewart has a better lie where he is. This one kind of squirted to the right.
Came out pretty well though, Mark. Eh? From the bad lie, it's done very well indeed.
Really was tremendous amount of overspin on that shot.
Well, he's got a big break here, hasn't he? That was a dreadful tee shot, 30, 40 yards offline if you take that little bowed bit of fairway. I don't think he's even behind the trees, is he?
He actually isn't. The ball scampered all the way through the gallery. It's onto some bare grass. It's a good lie. The thing that's really helping Payne here is the wind is coming from the left, so he can start the ball actually further left of the trees than he normally would. He's got a 145-yard shot. First bad tee shot I've seen Payne hit really in almost 2 weeks now.
Well, from trouble to trouble. If the ball's in there, underneath one of our camera towers. Payne Stewart not playing the sort of game he would have wished. The 6th, Paul Azinger for a par. So 1 or 2 very kind. No, here's John Daly. 17th. And he hold one. Well, that was 7-4. 7-4. Well, the play goes on, and it's time to go over and say hello to Jack Whittaker.
Thank you very much, Peter. I've just 2 thoughts here. One is that of all the 6 former champions here at Baltusrol, 2 of them don't get full credit. 1936, Tony Monero was definitely not an underdog champion. He was a very good golfer. He won over 19 tournaments, finished up 2nd in 10 others, member of a Ryder Cup team, and look who he beat. Gene Sarazen, Craig Wood, Ralph Goodall, Paul Runyon, the cream of the crop in those days. And in 1954, Ed Fergal, as Jaime Diaz said in his story in the Times today, he was unfortunate to be sandwiched between Ben Hogan's marvelous victory in '53 at Oakland Hills and Jack Fleck's upset victory of him at Olympic in 1955. But Eddie Fergal was terrific. Came here overcoming that crooked arm, and look who he beat. Just about half of the Hall of Fame, Ben Hogan, Sam Snead, Carrie Middlecoff, you could go on and on. So, Eddie, if you're watching this telecast today down in Florida, even if you're not, we haven't forgotten you at all. The other thought is that the U.S. Open's final round always ends on Father's Day. Fathers and sons are usually adversaries, but golf has absolutely coughed up some very touching combinations. Bobby Jones and his father. Everybody knows what great respect and love Arnold Palmer had for his dad. Jack Nicklaus and his father. Curtis Strange's dad died when he was 14. And when he won at Brooklyn, his first U.S. Open, his father was very much on his mind. Payne Stewart lost his father just a few years ago, and if he should win today, I'm sure he'll be very much on his mind. So as these sons plow the fairways of Baltusrol today, there's some very proud fathers looking on, and we say to them, Happy Father's Day. Here is one of them sitting right next to me now. Have you heard from your children today, Jack Nicklaus?
I got up too early to hear from him, Jack. I think I'll hear from him later, though.
I was just thinking about you. There's a marvelous picture of you carrying one of your sons up a fairway. Where was that?
Well, that was in 1973 at Canterbury.
Is that Jack?
No, that was Gary. He was 4 years old, and I'd finished putting on the 3rd round, and Jackie, who's ornery as can be, he pushes him out there. He says, go out and say hello to your dad.
Ah, that's great. Let's go out now in a minute, Jack, to watch Payne Stewart.
Well, this is where Payne Stewart has got with his 2nd shot. How's it there?
It's a very bare lie. He's going to have to get the ball up pretty quickly, not much green to work with. This is a very tough shot.
Good ball.
Easy. Well, he bumped it into the side of the hill, and it's a good one.
Very good shot indeed. Well, Jack Nicklaus is with us. How did you find the course playing today?
Well, Peter, I found the golf course to be a little softer than it's been previously. I thought the pins were tucked fairly difficult. There's a little bit of wind from the opposite direction, and I think it's playing havoc with a few things, but it hasn't been too bad. I think some of the early holes are playing a lot easier than the later holes, which has been absolutely to the reverse in the first 3 rounds.
Now the 6th hole, Lee Jensen at the 6th. Now remember, he's playing with Payne Stewart. Stewart played a very good bump into the bank, his 3rd shot from behind this green. He's about 4.5 feet away. Jensen has this putt at the 5th for a birdie, but 2 putts will be okay. 2 putts will be 2 strokes ahead of Payne Stewart. Stewart still has to make a missable putt for his par. Big swing at the end, virtually stone dead. Very good effort from there. Paul Azinger has reached the 7th, par 4, 470 yards.
Boy, that is going way left. Could be out of bounds. Way left into the tree.
Well, it stayed just in bounds. Here's Nick Price at the 6th, second shot.
Hit a beautiful drive, very long, has 175 yards into the hole, 6-iron.
Price at 2 under, 5 behind the championship leader. Back to Payne Stewart for his par at the 5th. That was a fortuitous par. He was really not on the course at all on that hole, but got a par. Jensen just with a little putt to tap into his par. Azinger in trouble.
Azinger has driven the ball about 4 yards from the out-of-bounds fence. He has a very good lie, but not much of a...
that ball for me right there? Thank you.
He's asking his fellow players to pick up his ball. He had played a provisional ball here, but he really doesn't have much of a shot at all. He's going to have to take like about a 4-iron and just chip it out back to the fairway.
So Azinger in trouble. Jensen now for his par to keep his position 2 ahead at the top of the field. Another hole safely negotiated. Azinger's ready to crack one out from under these trees.
Well, he's taking a practice swing like he wants to hit a full shot. I don't know why, because it's going to take him 2 shots from there to get on the green. He can pitch it out and still get on the green in 3 and save par. I think taking a full swat at it from here would be a big, big gamble.
Well, he gambled, Jerry. It squirted across into rough on the other side of the fairway.
Well, at this point, he should have just pitched it out in the fairway and played for a 4 or 5.
Nick Price for a birdie at the 6th. This to go 3 under.
Well, this is a remarkable stretch here, Peter. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. They are playing as 4 of the 5 toughest holes in this 4th round. As you look ahead, the toughest hole that they're going to face now will be the 7th. Now that, according to statistics compiled already by those who've completed it. We'll be back with more after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
The 1993 U.S. Open. This ABC Sports Exclusive is brought to you by Lincoln Mercury and the complete line of 1993 Lincoln and Mercury automobiles. By MCI, the company that brings you proof positive. By the new Top Flight Magnum. It's not just a new ball, it's a whole new game. And by Mita, maker of reliable copiers and plain paper fax machines. The times demand Mita.
Well, with Peter Jacobsen and Jack Nicklaus, I'm Brent Musburger, and our leader now has reached the 6th.
I think this is the toughest tee shot on the golf course. To keep the ball in the fairway, because you've got to hit it out a pretty good distance. If you don't, it just swings off the hog back one side or the other. Well, he's hit a nice tee shot there, but see, it's swinging to the right on the right side of that hog back. It's still staying in the fairway.
At 7, Azinger.
Out of the sand from about 120 yards. Really a tough shot. Right into the wind, and it just knocked the ball down.
You may have been dead right there, Jerry. That was taking that full cut out of there, put him into an awkward 3rd shot, didn't it?
Sure did.
Now 2nd shot for Jansen.
Lee's got nearly 210 yards here at number 6. Wind has actually kind of turned a little bit. It's right in the player's face here again now.
It's turned back, hadn't it, from this morning, Mark?
It has, Jack. It would have been behind him this morning, I would think, here, and now it's into his face.
Yeah, it's coming back more into the prevailing southwesterly, isn't it?
Lee with a 2-iron, headed toward the right side.
Fourth shot for Azinger at the 7th. Back to Stewart at 6.
He's hit yet another tee shot to the right. 200 yards to the flag.
That was a much better backswing than he made over there at number 5, Peter. Well, Payne is Payne's a very, very smooth swinging golfer. His tempo is great, and that's his biggest asset. Even when Payne is not swinging exactly the way he wants to, his tempo keeps his club on the target line. I was noticing back here a second ago on Lee Jansen's last shot. It's the first time I've seen Lee take the club away a little bit to the outside with his hands, which would indicate to me a little bit of added pressure on that left-hand grip, which would tend to have him break off the ball, and that's why he left that shot to the right. I think as we go through the round, we'll find out whether the pressure of that grip continues, and if it does, then that's going to probably mean some problems for Lee. Let's see if he's caught it and can correct it.
Jack, does it surprise you how well Lee Jansen has withheld this pressure so far?
Not really. I think Lee Jansen's a cool customer. I played quite a bit of golf with Lee this year, and I've watched him under a lot of situations, and I think he's a very cool customer. I think he's going to be a very, very good player, and I think he knows it. And I think that's the key to it. He knows he's going to be a good player. Matter of fact, he's already a pretty darn good one.
Azinger in for his bogey on number 7.
Well, experience is kind of interesting here, Jack, because Jansen and Stewart 2 strokes apart now. Price is 5 back, and take a look at this graphic here, indicating this is the first time that Jansen's even made the cut at the U.S. Open, isn't it?
Well, yes, but I don't really pay much attention to that. I think that Lee Jansen is a good player. He's the type of golf course that we're playing this week is not unlike we play on the tour. We played on the tour a lot of times this year. If it was a typical U.S. Open golf course where the fairways were really narrow and the rough was really high, that's a different story. But this golf course is not that much different. It's just a long golf course and requires patience. And Lee has been a very patient player on good golf courses this year, and so I don't think that has a lot to do with. Payne is good on any kind of golf course. He's just a very, very good player.
Now here's David Edwards' second shot at the 7th. The 7th playing the toughest of any hole on the course today and for the tournament.
Really playing hard today, as you said, Brent. It's into the wind, 218 yards. David Edwards has. Got to hit a low iron and try and run it in there. It's being outdriven by Nick Price by 30 to 35 yards every hole. Sometimes that can prey on your mind a little.
I don't think it preys on his, Rossi. It's the way he's been all his life, and he's a darn good player, though.
He's a great player.
Well, he just stays right with it, doesn't he?
Hey there.
Well, Edwards ended an 8-year winless drought by capturing Jack's Memorial at the Muirfield Village Golf Club. That was a couple years ago.
Now Lee Jansen for birdie on the 6th. Jack, it's lag putts like that he's got to have, especially in the middle holes.
That's right. You can lag it up like that, Peter, and take a lot of the pressure off yourself in those second putts. Boy, it just makes it so much easier.
Now Nick Price with his second shot at number 7.
That's from 190.
That's pretty good also. I mean, here are the guys, he's outdriven by 40 yards, knocks it in six feet from the hole, and he's standing back and saying, now what do I do, you know? And he played an awfully good shot, too.
Now Perry at the 8th. This is for a birdie. There are only 6 players still under par at this U.S. Open. Perry, one of the 6. Now this for Payne Stewart. Trailing by 2 at the moment. Birdie opportunity here. Looking for his first major victory, still leads by 2. Here's how Jack Nicklaus broke Ben Hogan's 72-hole U.S. Open scoring record here in the 1967 Open. Jack shoved his drive right into the rough on the par 5 finishing hole. Planning to only advance the ball with an 8-iron and leave an easy 3rd shot, Nicklaus hit the 8-iron fat. That left him 230 yards uphill. Nicklaus hit what was, for even a Nicklaus in those days, a colossal 1-iron. Then, under a black sky with a thunderstorm looming, Nicklaus holed a 20-foot putt for a birdie and the new Open record. So now on videotape, Lee Janzen, 7 under par through 6, leading the U.S. Open by 2. This hole playing the toughest, Peter Jacobsen.
That is not where he wanted. I guarantee you he thought that ball was in the middle of the fairway.
The wind has shifted and it's come back into him there, and it's you just can't carry that edge of the bunker.
This for a birdie at 7.
And I don't know, you noticed Lee's swing back there, but he made an awfully good pass at that ball. It was not the same pass he made at the previous hole. There's the Payne.
Now we see Payne Stewart on the 7th tee. Jack, you said you think the 6th hole is the toughest driving hole. I personally think that number 7 is, because you're coming in across these bunkers.
Well, it is for Payne, who plays right to left. And Payne's going to have a hard time keeping it. Now there it goes left. Uh-oh.
You kind of hope those people don't jump out of the way. You want them to get in the way so that ball will stop.
Azinger's 2nd at the 8th.
With a sand wedge from 96 yards.
Did he drive it off the tee, Jerry?
Big drive.
He did a driver on that hole. Not many guys have played driver here this week on that hole. Paul's trying to get a little aggressive with the golf course, isn't he?
He is, and after he drove it down the middle, he said same guy that hit it on the last hole. Hit it over in the trees.
He didn't much like that one, did he?
So Price cleaning up his par here. 8th, he's 2 over for the day.
Well, we've reached that point in the championship, Jack, where you've got to be careful. Some of the 3- and 4-footers are the toughest part.
They're tough, Peter, and you know, the guy is obviously, I mean, you've said it 1,000 times, but the guy that makes those the last day is the guy that wins. I mean, you just can't miss those kind of putts the last day.
Your record of 8 under is looking good. We've got 2 players still, Lee Janzen, Payne Stewart, 7 under and 5 under, but as you can see, the rest of the field is falling away.
Well, it only takes one, Peter. And of course, I don't really worry too much about records. I think records are made to be broken, and the players today are getting better, and the competition is tougher, and it's driving the scores lower, and if a guy breaks it, that's great. That's no problem to me.
Now Jansen's 2nd here at the 7th.
217 yards, but he's going to play it just down in front. Leave himself maybe 80 or 90 yards for his third shot.
Mark, what's the situation with Payne?
Well, it is not good. The ball is actually laying on the pine needles below the tree here. The problem is Payne is a right-handed player, and the tree trunk is going to be right in the middle of his stance. So he's going to have to hit some sort of a low shot to get it back toward the fairway. If he could get on his knees and play it right-handed, he might be able to hit it. But to get on your knees and hit one left-handed is going to be tough.
We'll be right back, Mark. Here's Price's tee shot at the 8th.
A little anger in that one after that 3-putt back there.
That is a long drive. That is John Daly-esque.
That's big.
8th is played under par today, and back to Payne.
Well, he's standing at the ball like he's going to hit it left-handed, Jack.
Mark, he doesn't have any place to drop the ball, does he, if he takes it unplayable? I mean, 2 club lengths doesn't get him out from under there, and he can't keep that point between him and the hole and get any kind of a shot. So he's really got a problem, doesn't he?
Are they all right here?
He really does. I think he changed his thinking on his tee shot after watching Lee Jansen's shot, because we all thought Lee's was going to head over the bunker.
Boy, he's got to be careful here. Obviously a very awkward stance.
The ball did not get out to the fairway. I think it hit one of the photographers that was kneeled down over here. But it's about 5 yards short of the fairway.
There's the ball, and we'll quickly move on ahead to Fred Funk. This for long birdie at 8.
Fred Funk hanging in there, +1 for the tournament.
Now this is live, same hole, and this for a birdie for Azinger. Needs something to get him going, doesn't he?
Boy, we've seen that time and time again from Paul Azinger over the last few weeks.
He is really putting the ball well. I mean, you'd think that they start to go in after all that. I mean, he's really been around the cup. I guess he's got to get it in the bunker.
That's right. You know, whenever you're having problems with your putting, if the ball's just going by the edge of the hole, you're putting well. But if you're missing 2 or 3 feet to the left or right, that's when you're in trouble.
That's right. And he's not. He's right on the edge of the hole every time. And he's either just under reading him or just over reading him, because his stroke is obviously pretty darn good. And that's when it gets really frustrating.
Now Payne Stewart with his third on number 7.
191 yards. Thickish lie in the rough.
Well, he's got an opportunity to save par.
That was a heck of a good shot from where he was. He needed to get that ball on the green. He didn't leave himself any chance for double bogey.
Well, let's move up to the 8th, and David Edwards, his second shot.
He laid up off the tee. He made that 6-footer back at 7 for a birdie. He's now 2 under par for the tournament. He has 144 yards to the hole out of the light rough. Wind sort of behind and a little out of the left.
He doesn't have a lot of green to work with there, Rossi.
No, he really doesn't. I think he'll shoot it at the middle of the green. Good shot.
That was awful close to that bunker for being in the middle of the green, but that was a beautiful shot.
No, we didn't have a chance to see him make his birdie putt back there, Bob, but that birdie on number 7 by Dave Edwards could be big. And now we're up to Lee Jansen with his third shot on number 7.
He's got 85 yards. You'll see him hold the shaft of the club up, try and get the line. Playing back into the wind. He'll probably try and knock the ball down a little bit, keep it under the wind maybe.
I think this green will hold his shot, Mark. I think it's enough wind and there's enough slope there to hold it.
Ball needs to get up.
Well, he's keeping a lot of pressure on that putter here today, isn't he? And before he started, Frank Hannigan had a conversation with Lee and asked him what it was like having folks cheer him on here in the tri-state area.
It's tough. You know, when you're a kid, you don't think they're out there yelling at you like that, you know, making up other sayings probably when you're a little kid. Bill Murray would probably like this, wouldn't he? He's from this part, so it's probably what's spurring these people on. It's different, but you know, when you're playing well, it's probably because you're focused a little bit more. So the yelling and from the fans is, you know, it's a plus, it's a boost. But I think you're probably so focused that it's really in the back of your mind.
Jack Nicklaus, how were you able to focus so much during major tournaments? Just block everything out and concentrate on your next shot. How'd you do that?
Oh, I don't know, Brent. I just sort of was able to walk up to a shot and get my mind on what I was doing. What I tried to do was try to get my mind away from golf in between the shots, so that I got, I mean, I go ahead and if I want to listen to the gallery or wave to them or talk with my playing partner, whatever it is. But when I got about 40, 50 yards from the ball, then I just sort of shut my mind down and got it back on this. And I think it's very difficult to play for 4 hours and keep your mind totally on golf without saying anything to anybody or being that way. My personality is such that I got to go back and forth. But when I got near my shot, then I just, you know, I had that energy, the loose energy away, and I came back and focused in on what I was doing.
Well, here's Jansen now, battling here at the 6th.
This is not a good lie for his 4th shot. Very big mistake, I think, on the 3rd. Now, a bogey wouldn't have hurt him too much if he can get it here, but a double.
Mark, we're starting to see a little frustration set in with everybody. We saw Paul Azinger put his tee shot on the 9th into the greenside bunker. We see Lee Jansen hit the ground in frustration. Now we're up to Nick Price on the 8th with his 2nd shot after a huge drive.
That's a shot of 60 yards, Peter.
And a 3rd shot of a foot.
Now let's go back to Payne Stewart, because here I think I said a moment ago that Jansen was at the 6th. Let me correct that. Our leaders are at the 7th hole. Both of them struggling, but can anybody back there put a move on these two? That's our question right now.
Well, this is not a match play situation. It's a stroke play tournament, but still, after looking like he might have hit it out of bounds, if Payne Stewart could get this one in, he might well get 2 shots from Lee Jansen here.
So a bogey for Stewart, and Price, who missed a short one just a moment ago, didn't miss that one at 8, but he's 2 over for the day. Now let's go back to Jansen.
Jack, you obviously made a lot of these putts throughout the years. Just how big is a putt on a 7th green in the last round of a major championship?
Well, you know, that was the kind of putts that I sort of, I got over and I said, look, Jack, I said, you got yourself in trouble. You know, let's just don't waste another and let's really concentrate. And my biggest problem was I always moved my head. So what I'd do is I'd focus on what my mistake was and make sure that I didn't do that, and then went ahead and concentrate on the putt. So I made sure I kept my head dead still, made sure I made a good solid stroke, and just hope for the best. Made it. And he was as solid as a rock there and didn't move a thing.
So he loses one, but so too does Payne Stewart. And now, moments ago, we go to Paul Azinger in the bunker at 9 with that shot. And every time that I have seen Paul Azinger climb down into a bunker here at Baltusrol, I am reminded of this.
Jack
The
Nicklaus
shot
made
of the
the point
year on the
earlier that the
PGA
guys
Tour. We
today
were at the
just don't
Muirfield
lose
Village
shots
Golf
around
Club.
the green.
He was playing with his good friend
This is a
Payne
great
Stewart.
example of what he's talking
Both had
about.
gone into the bunker coming up the 18th, and this was the end result. And Azinger captured the memorial. Obviously, Peter, the architect, made that bunker too easy on that hole.
Well, I know one thing, that the architect, one Jack Nicklaus, will probably go in and toughen that bunker up. He'll probably dig it out.
I saw him out there with a backhoe the next day.
Next morning, I went out and tried that shot, and I hit 3 of them within a foot, and I said, hey, this was too easy. We got to change this.
Now Jansen. He's had the ability for the last 2 days to come back off a bogey and record a birdie. That has been how Lee Janzen has played, and it has served him so very well to this point. 2-shot advantage here in the final round. And you know, conventional wisdom was, when this day started, that Lee Janzen had all the pressure on him, not Stewart. He'd been there before. I'm not so sure of that. Stewart has done everything this year except win. He suffered that loss we just saw at the Memorial. I'm not so sure that nervousness might be weighing a little bit more on Stewart.
I think that's very perceptive, Brent. I think that Stewart is struggling for a win. I think he's trying really hard to make things happen. And Lee, nobody's expecting Lee to be there. He's just out there playing. He's relaxed. He knows that he's got an opportunity to create something that nobody expected him to do at this age. And he's hit a perfect tee shot here for the perfect angle to this hole. So I think you're right.
Check, here's Nick Price now on the par 3.
Hole playing very short today. They're playing from the front tee, downwind.
Get up there.
So the pressure of the U.S. Open on the final round. Lee Janzen at 1 over for the day, but he still leads by 2 shots. Next Sunday on ABC, the world's best drivers face driving's ultimate test. From the Talladega Superspeedway, it's race number 3 at the International Race of Champions. Coverage begins at 4 Eastern next Sunday on ABC. Payne Stewart, second shot at 8th.
Payne Stewart has hit 6 tee shots today in the round thus far. He's found the fairway with 1 of them, and that was an iron at the second. He missed the fairway here with an iron also. He's now got 140 yards, not a bad lie in the rough. Pretty much no wind at all, should just be a 9-iron.
Not a very good pin to shoot out of the rough, though, Mark.
I think he's forgot about the hole placement, Jack. Headed toward the left part of the green.
Good smart play.
At the 9th, Price's birdie attempt. Let's go back to Jansen, his second at the 8th.
And clearly he is thinking about the hole placement. Perfect glide, perfect angle, 123 yards, just a wedge.
What a huge break that was.
I didn't like that backswing, Peter. That backswing, he picked that club up again. He did that same thing with his second shot over at 5, and it looks like a little added pressure with that left hand, and that's the thing I want to watch on him today. If he does that again, I think he's going to see the ball hit out to the right on him again. You know, look, watch his hands come up. and outside here. See him lifting his hands? Now he breaks off the ball. Now he gets the club a little bit behind him rather than hands underneath him. Now when he does that, he's going to be a little bit underneath and block the ball, and he can't quite return the club back to its address position, so the ball is going to squirt a little bit to the right. I'm sure he meant to start that ball to the left of the hole, not to the right of the hole.
Now at the 10th, Azinger hit his tee shot at number 10 into the left rough. This, moments ago on videotape, his second shot at the 10th.
Just punching a little 6-iron out of there. Going to try to run it on the green. That ball needs to get down.
Well, it's down, Jerry, but it's still going. But he's got a nice lie there behind the green.
Now live, third shot at the 10th.
Well, he took no time at all to play that shot. What do you think about that, Peter?
Well,
when you see a guy play a shot that fast?
You know, I saw Azinger do that at the Memorial when he hit his bunker shot and to win, and I noticed Payne Stewart did the same thing on his plug lie at Memorial. I think a guy's focused. I think he's ready to go whenever he plays a shot quick. I worry about it when a guy takes a lot of time. That means he's indecisive, he's maybe a little bit scared, and he doesn't know what he wants to do.
Well, that's just, I mean, he looked like he didn't even hardly get set before the club went back. And, you know, if a guy's playing that way, obviously he's, you're right, he's playing with a positive set.
Now Payne Stewart for his birdie. This putt should break a little to his right. Yesterday we saw Payne Stewart with his putting losing a little speed as we see the gallery looking on, craning to get a good view. Good speed on that putt, just misread it a little bit. I liked your observation, Brent, about the pressure. I think you're exactly right. Payne Stewart has been so close this year. He's had a lot of top 5s, a lot of top 3s, chances to win, and he hasn't broken through yet in 1993. The pressure is definitely on Payne Stewart.
At the 10th tee, David Edwards.
Hole playing into the wind right now. It's going to be a long hole.
Just catching the corner of the fairway. David Edwards, quiet, deliberate, very effective.
Back to Jansen, the 8th.
He couldn't have a better putt, Peter. He's right straight up the hill, right straight into the grain, not much break. I think he's going to have trouble figuring out whether it's going to go right or left a little bit. I don't think there's much, I think there's not going to be anything in it. That's the putt I had this morning. That's why I know.
Did you notice that ball take a few hops on the way?
Into the grain in Poania.
And it's late in the day.
And incidentally, it's exactly what I did, left it short.
You should never admit that to America.
Moments ago, in the background, you heard a roar. Well, this is what precipitated that. The 13th, Tom Watson for birdie.
Back to his old tricks.
He likes in that distance is when they get up about 2 or 3 feet. That's what's causing the problem here at this year's U.S. Open. Tonight's ABC primetime lineup: America's Funniest Home Videos, America's Funniest People, then Victoria Principal stars as a sightless woman who witnesses her husband's murder, then is stalked by the killer in Blind Witness, the Sunday night movie tonight on ABC. Here, the final round of the U.S. Open. This young man, Lee Jansen, with a 2-shot advantage. Here he is at the par 3 ninth.
191 yards. He's left the last couple iron shots out to the right.
Better swing there.
This one's headed to the right too, though.
There's still a better swing.
He's found a little of that fringe around these greens today, hasn't he? Earlier, Nick Price wading into the rough, his second at the 10th.
From 198, had to put it up over this tree in front of it.
No more left.
And it went. Perhaps we could see it. Yes, the camera's going right after it into that rough. Didn't reach that bunker, and now we come back live. And David Edwards, who is 2 under, he is 4 back of Jansen right now.
190 yards, and even though the flagstick is on the left with the wind coming out of the right, he has the perfect angle from which to play this shot.
That one was aimed at the middle of the green, wasn't it? Right up the center.
Now Stewart on the tee at the 9th today. This is played as the 14th hole as far as the rankings are concerned.
Look how open his stance is there, Peter.
Ciccolini! Go get him, Payne! Go, Payne!
I noticed that on the first hole. Jack Payne was in the middle of the fairway, and he had a 1-iron, and he was lined up way to the left, almost trying to play a block cut, which he ended up doing.
And then took it back shut.
Yes, yes.
Well, that's the opposite of what he was doing earlier this week. He may be trying to change something. Maybe he found a little something he didn't like, and he's overcompensated for it.
Notice Tom Watson 1 under par through 13. I wouldn't count Watson out yet. Tom Watson, as Jack pointed out, is up to his old tricks with those 40-foot bombs for birdie.
Here is Jansen, his second at the 9th.
This is not a good lie.
Pressure again on that putter.
You can't leave that on your putter all day long. It makes it tough on the final round of the U.S. Open.
Lee Jansen has hit 4 greens on the front 9. Payne Stewart has hit 3 greens. That's an indication of pressure.
It's also an indication of a pretty tough golf course.
Well, one of the things I wanted to ask you, when they start tucking the pins in the corners, do you try to angle your tee shots? In other words, do you try to put the tee shot on the left side of the fairway when the pin is on the right? Do you try to play to the center and just put the ball on the green? What do you try to do?
Depends on the hole. If it's a long hole, I think it's more important that you play out of the center of the fairway or try to make sure you're in the fairway. If it's a shorter hole like the 8th hole, I would, if I hit it in the left rough, it's not that big a deal because I'd have the best angle if I have a short iron in my hand. So I think it depends on the hole whether I try to play to the side of the fairway or just try to put it in the fairway. These days, I'm just trying to find a fairway.
Now Payne Stewart for birdie.
That's got to break a little left to right there.
Maybe. Yes! That was huge.
About that much.
About that much break. Payne Stewart goes to 5 under par. 1 behind Lee Jansen, who now has a very difficult 6-footer.
Isn't it amazing how many times you see that happen in a game of golf? You got one fellow who is just sort of hanging on through the 9, and the other fellow's playing pretty well, and then all of a sudden, boom, turns it around the other way.
This is Watson at 14.
Easy.
I'd like to point out that Tom Watson this week played the front 9 in 5 strokes over par and has played the backside this week 6 under. So watch out for Watson.
Now needing to make this putt to stay in the lead. has answered every charge.
You know, Jack, both Lee Janzen and Payne Stewart are season ticket holders for the Orlando Magic.
We're seeing a little magic here right now, aren't we?
We are seeing some magic.
Let's move on up to the 11th hole. Like so many of these holes, par 4, second shot.
He drove that ball through the fairway, didn't he? That was a long tee shot.
And Fred Funk already up on that green. Now back to Stewart. Trails by 1 after that birdie.
Just to give you a little example of how much longer the 10th hole's playing, I was playing 6, 7, 8 irons into it most of the week. I played 2 iron into it today. That's how much the change of wind meant. And it's a 454-yard hole. Instead of playing downwind, it's playing now against you and cross. So it's, I assume the condition is still the same out there. Is that right, Mark?
It is. It's coming a little bit from the right, but mostly into. I think this is the first driver Payne's hit here all week, and it's headed left.
Well, we've talked about reaching the back 9 of a major championship. The tournament doesn't start. We've reached the 10th tee, Jack. The game is on.
Yeah, we've got, and you know, Lee and Payne are still there, but there's some guys that are, you know, if they slip a little bit, there's a couple guys right behind them there that can bring it right up.
This tee shot is headed way right, a big slice.
Well, I've never seen him move ahead of a ball like that.
That's some of the worst rough on the course too over there.
And you're behind those trees. You really, you don't have any chance to get it to the green. You really have got to pitch it up in front and hope for a pitch and putt. Well, here's Lee. Now look, he doesn't look steady. He is off balance right here. Looks like he's got more weight on his left foot, and there's his head's back a little bit too far. Now he's moved off the ball, which he does all the time a little bit. But now he's all right here, but he's back a little further than I'd like to see him. Now watch him. He sort of reverse shifts a little bit. Now he'll lean. Watch him lean. See, there's the lean. And now he's going to be too far ahead of it, and he won't be able to catch up. That was not one of Lee's better swings. Well, look at that. I mean, that's not his balance there. Look where that head is.
So the 10th hole today is playing just a little over par. There have been only 9 birdies here and 15 bogeys on this 454-yard par 4.
Well, the hole is the ideal drive is right down the left side of the fairway, right at that little bunker. If you hit the ball in the right rough where Lee is headed, he's got those big trees to contend with. Payne is off to the left. Payne has got a long shot, and he's got the pin is sitting behind the bunker that protects the front left of the green. He's going to have to play for the center of the green if he's got a lie to be able to play to it.
How about a little memory here, Jack? Isao Aoki. You played the entire U.S. Open with him that year. Wonderful iron player.
Well, there's his second shot. I don't remember where it went. That was a long time ago.
And it's sort of...
Well, pin placement's about the same place. He's just back over the back edge of the green. I hit a 6-iron here from right in the center of the fairway. Boy, and I swing under that one nicely. Now, you really, the green was getting hard, and you wanted to throw the ball up in the air. Oh, I don't remember that at all. Good gracious. I can't remember back that far.
But.
Now, was that Aoki or Watson? Which Open was this?
Yeah, there are a few bear tracks around Baltusrol. A couple of U.S. Open titles. Now, meanwhile, the 11th, Paul Azinger, birdie attempt. If any of these fellows who are 1 under could just get something going with the chance of having some difficulty, they could run, wouldn't they?
He's putting right down a little slope there.
Yes.
was kind of put, if you get it started, it would just track its way right down.
Azinger is just hanging around.
He's hanging around pretty good right now.
Now let's go back to Jansen.
He got a great break here at number 10. He drove the ball just past where the gallery rope stands here, which means there's been 30,000 people a day trotting along here, so he's got a pretty good lie.
Can he get it over the trees?
I don't really think he has to, Jack. He's got 225. It was a very weak drive, so it's a long shot. I think, if anything, he may try and cut the ball out of this lie, but he'll probably play left and maybe just short of the green.
Oh, he does have an opportunity to get by the trees, doesn't he? He wasn't close enough to him to be a problem.
He didn't hit it far enough.
From his looks, it looks like he's going to go over.
Yeah, he went right through it. He went right through the tree.
Onto the green.
I mean, that ball went through the middle of the tree. It was a good 30 feet below the top of the tree.
What tree? He didn't see any tree.
Now Stewart.
What's his situation?
He's driven it much further. He's only got 175, so he does have a tree problem here. The tree's about 30 yards ahead of him. He drew a perfect lie in the rough, though, so he could get the ball up and over the tree. I'm not sure he can get to the green if he does that. He's looking there, though. Kind of played a low hook. He's headed at the flag if it's the right distance.
Watch out now. Watch out. Now, meanwhile, at the 10th, Price and Edwards both bogeyed. They dropped to -1. We'll have more after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
ABC Sports' exclusive coverage of the 1993 U.S. Open continues.
So we now move to the 12th tee, and Paul Azinger even par for the day, back to 2 under, 4 off the lead.
He has a 5-iron from 208, playing right back into the wind.
For some reason, there's kind of a trough that brings a ball into the hole here today if you hit a good shot.
I just don't think he has enough club today.
No, 5-iron is, if it's into that wind, is not enough club. I know I'm 1 club shorter than Paul, and I hit a good hard 3 and got it back there close today.
Now let's go to Nick Price. This is his 2nd shot on the 11th.
Very weak drive in the right-hand rough. Fair lie, has 185 yards. Didn't catch it very solidly.
That's not a good place there, Nick.
Now Jansen, long birdie attempt here at 10.
Trying to capitalize on what could be the break of the tournament, hitting it right through the tree. Another fine leg putt. Gives him a little tap in for par.
I think he'll be quite happy with 4 there.
You better believe it.
And while we were away, let's watch this little chip shot from Stewart. So you can look at how they fared on the front side, both with 35s.
I think that's a pretty good score for the places they were in. They were both in a couple pretty awkward places out there in that 9. That's not bad for the final group in the U.S. Open.
Now in this spot, don't want to get careless with one of these short ones. The powerful South African shot 67 today, and he finishes up at 1 under par. Fine tournament for him. That gets him exempted into next year's U.S. Open. Coming into the 1980 Open, Jack Nicklaus had not won a tournament in more than 2 years, and there was talk that Nicklaus, after 20 years at the top, was washed up. He wasn't. Jack won his 4th Open, and in the process, once again set the Open scoring record, this time with a 272. That's still the record. On Sunday of the 1980 Open, the operators at the big scoreboard at the 18th green put up the message that said it all. Jack is back. Back at the U.S. Open, this is Paul Azinger for a birdie. He trails Lee Janzen by 4.
He is putting straight downhill. We mentioned earlier that Paul Azinger didn't have enough club off the tee. Well, that's because the ball lands on the front of the green and runs all the way to the back because it's downhill. Now Tom Watson up on 15, par 4, second shot.
That's about as easy a putt as you could probably have on the green, Peter, if you want to make birdie. Just about dead straight in it.
Well, Watson's been playing the back 9, 6 under par this week, as we mentioned earlier. Now, Nick Price on the 11th for his par.
Missed a putt about this long for a par 10.
So the leaders have reached the 11th. Lee Janzen needed only 13 putts on the front side, Jack.
Well, the 11th hole here is, I think, the toughest tee shot on the golf course because you have to hit the ball past the corner. If you hit it left, you're stone dead. There's bunkers on the right. The second shot is a blind second shot to a green that goes away from you. Today, the pin is tucked in the right side. You have a little bit of help off the tee today, which means they can probably get by the corner, but you can drive it right through the fairway, leaving yourself with a tough second, too.
Now here is Watson. Bogeyed the first, doubled the second, battled his way back now again to under par, trying to jump into third.
This is a big putt for Mr. Watson right here.
Trying to battle back from a terrible start. That's one thing you never have to question about Tom Watson, is his heart or the amount of guts he shows on the golf course.
At the 13th tee, Azinger.
That's a driver off the tee. 13 today, playing downwind. It's been playing into the wind earlier this week. And that's a big tee shot.
Here's Raymond Floyd finishing up on 18th. He is even par. This is third.
The master of the wedge shot. We haven't seen as many players going for 18 and 2 today because of the rain. So that'll be interesting when the leaders reach the last hole.
Janzen will go first with his second on 11. Had a couple of bogeys and one birdie on the front side. Saved par on the 10th. Now his second on 11.
He's got 165 yards here. Wind quartering from the left. Looks like a 7-iron. Needs to hit it pretty hard. Probably.
Got a good look there from behind Lee Janzen of the situation. Completely blind shot, as Jack Nicklaus pointed out, playing over that bunker.
But somehow, I'm sorry, but somehow today I think this is probably the easiest pin placement to get it close. If you get the ball on the green, it just seems to feed to the hole.
This is the #1 ranked hole in difficulty this week. Ironically enough, I would think it would be another hole, but number 11.
the hole playing a little bit tougher today than it has in the previous rounds. Now at 18, Ray Floyd for birdie. Look at how the crowd has grown in anticipation here. Final moments of this U.S. Open. Great setting.
Goes a little left. Is he a great putter or is he a great putter?
Always has been.
Fantastic. Raymond's ability to still hit the ball long at his age, as well as his putting, is going to keep him playing golf for a long time.
And you know, he putts with a putter that's about 39 inches long. It's about as long as everyone else's 4-iron, which I don't understand how he does that.
David Edwards on the tee at the 12th.
Maybe we ought to ask.
That's a 4-iron. Playing into the wind today.
4-iron's got to hurry for him, doesn't it?
Second shot at 13 for Azinger.
He used to playing 8-irons into that green yesterday.
He has 150 yards out of the deep rough. It's not that deep, of course, this week. With a pitching wedge, has to hit it soft here, going downwind. Every mistake he's made today hitting the golf ball has been based on not paying attention to the wind direction.
So Payne Stewart trailing by 1. Both over par for the day. Nobody who teed off late made any kind of a big run. The low score of the day was 66, and that came much earlier in the day. Steve Lowry.
Peter, I think this is a pretty key situation. Payne makes this, I think he'll probably go even. He misses it, I think he'll go 2 down. I think one of the two of these fellows are going to make this putt. It shouldn't be that difficult.
One time.
Oh, yeah. That's the way to go.
Meanwhile, the 16th tee, Tom Watson, last of the par 3s.
Well, this appears to be a 6-iron. It measures 204 today. It's a long way.
Fine shot.
If that was a 6-iron, that tee is really pumped up.
I played in front of Watson this week, and every time I turned around to look, he played with Floyd and Zeller. He was 30 to 40 yards off the tee longer than they were.
Had an opportunity there, didn't he?
Yeah, I was wrong. I thought one of the two of them would make that.
Now at 13, third shot for Azinger.
Little pitching wedge, just going to try to let it release up towards the hole. Did he hit it?
He does like to chip, doesn't he?
Earlier at the 12th, this was Price's long birdie attempt.
And he has made nothing today.
Well, this putt looks like it's going to go right at the end, Rossi, and it doesn't.
Now, David Edwards. Just moments ago, this was his birdie opportunity. Well, in case you weren't with us earlier today, on this Father's Day, this was the shot of the day, Mr. Jacobson.
Sandy Lyle celebrating his new baby daughter here at Baltusrol this week. A little early excitement for the early spectators.
Yes, and the Europeans have not had a good week here. Barry Lane of Great Britain actually is the low European in the tournament. He shot a 69 today, wound up +1. Now, Payne Stewart.
208 yards at 12 today. Payne with a 4-iron.
Shot!
The tee shot on 12 isn't releasing like it has all week, Jack.
Well, you're playing into the wind, Peter. They're used to having the ball hit on the front and take off downwind as the green goes away from you, and that's why everybody's coming up, I think, short, except for Sandy Lyle.
Jack and Peter, the two holes up ahead that are playing under par today are 13 and 18. Those are the only two left that have been playing under par in this final round.
Well, 13 is usually a hole that would play under par in that run, and of course so is 18. So they're playing pretty much true to form then.
Lee Jansen with a 4-iron also.
Go hard.
Yeah, Jack, just to follow up on that, for the entire Open this week, the 14th had played easier than the 13th, and the 17th also had played under par, but not here today in the final round.
Both into the wind.
Well, next weekend, Jack Nicklaus goes back to work. The Ford Senior Players Championship. Next Saturday, live coverage begins at 1 Eastern and Pacific right here on ABC. Raymond Floyd will also be there. Now let's go back out to the 12th. Jansen leading Stewart by 1 here.
This is not an easy shot here. I think he's going to have to bump it just into the apron, let it trickle on down to the hole.
Watson, birdie attempt at 16. Well, the USGA extended a special invitation to Tom this year, and he's played his way into Oakmont already, hasn't he? Low 15 in ties are exempt for next year's Open, and the low 16 in ties are invited to the Masters. Let's go back now to our leaders. For a share of the lead.
didn't look one more time. He didn't think he'd missed that, did he? That was a pretty darn good putt there. That was really good.
Second shot at 14 for Azinger.
He has 118 yards, hit a big tee shot, almost 300 yards here with a pitching wedge. This is the type of shot Azinger loves. Pin front left.
Paul Azinger wants to have a chance to win this tournament. I think it's time he made his birdie right here.
Correct, Jack, and the wind is still switching out here. He backed off it. He doesn't want to be long here. The wind is behind him today.
The wind shifted behind us and against us a couple of times out there today while we were playing that hole, and it's probably still doing the same thing. I'm watching the flag here at the clubhouse going back and forth, and you got to pay attention to it right there.
Now Jansen. So his first 3-putt green of the day. Never tied. Stewart and Jansen. And meanwhile, a most remarkable finish by Scott Hoke. He birdied the last 3 holes, 16, 17, and 18. He is in the clubhouse right now, tied with Paul Azinger for 3rd, 2 under for the tournament. When Hope came to the tee at the 16th, he was 1 over par. Then he shot lights out coming home. Now the 17th tee and Watson.
And don't forget, Tom Watson missed very makeable birdie putts on 15 and 16, which could have got him to 3 under. He can still finish 3 under with 2 birdies.
He is hitting it a long way. It was to the 305 mark back at 15 and almost to the 300-yard mark here.
Stewart, 1 birdie today. That came back on the par 3 ninth. He's 2 bogeys on 2 par 4s, the 1st and the 7th.
Payne's got the driver here today at 13. The wind is coming from the left-hand side. You need to be just a little bit careful of letting the tee shot leak to the right. Creek kind of runs at an angle from the front left of this fairway down the right-hand side. Driven the ball magnificently all week long until today.
There's that open stance again.
He bombed this one.
Jack, let's take a look at this hole.
Well, it's 401 yards, Brent. Tee shot is really right at the right edge of that bunker with a little cut. The little creek that runs along the right side of the fairway shouldn't be a big problem today because the wind is not really in your face. It's a crosswind. Most of the tee shots are leaving up here about 140, 30 yards from the green, and the pin's sitting just over the knob on the right today.
Jansen with 3 bogeys now, the last one at 12th, and on the front side he too bogeyed 7 and 2. His birdie came on the 3rd hole, a par 4. Speaking of birdies, Paul Azinger for 1 here at the 14th.
Well, they obviously misread that one right from the start, Peter.
Now Couples' second shot at 18th. Now giving himself a long eagle opportunity here today. Not a factor in the chase for the U.S. Open Championship, but the crowd loves to watch Freddie Couples in action. One of the most popular players on the PGA Tour. Now the crowd beginning to gather. Stewart and Jansen are tied for the lead. Well, we are back at the U.S. Open. Lee Jansen and Payne Stewart now tied for the lead. Second shots on 13. This hole has presented birdie opportunities here today. There have been 19.
Peter, what do you think's running through his mind after that bogey? Do you think he's going to all of a sudden relax and get more aggressive? I expect this ball to go near the hole.
Yeah, I think that's a wake-up call for him. I think that he's had a lot of holes where he's been tentative. He hasn't got a lot of putts to the hole, hasn't got a lot of shots to the hole. I think he's going to be ready to go.
It was an interesting scene watching Lee Jansen back at that 12th green. That was the first bad stroke he'd made all day long. After the hole was finished, he went over the corner, made a practice putt, got himself together.
Jumping ahead to Mark to Paul Azinger here, who is at 2 under and 3 off the lead right now. Now it is back to Stuart Martin.
Well, you could just see when Lee Jansen went to the corner of the 12th green and practiced his putting, he said, "Get your chin up, kid. Come on. It's okay."
Well, I've always been impressed by Lee Jansen's attitude. He's very positive, very optimistic. You know, a lot of players hang their head in the locker rooms after a day's play, whether it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, but Lee Jansen is always up.
Payne Stewart now with 104 yards. This is a sand wedge shot. Same general area as Jansen's.
Now the par 5, 17th, third shot for Watson.
123 yards, pitching wedge.
Remember that putt?
I think you made it, didn't you?
I remember. If I remember, it's a long time. It's 13 years ago.
Now the finishing 18th. Couples with an eagle possibility here today.
Breaks about 6 inches to the right. Remember that putt in 1967.
Jack, I'm curious, how much has the golf course changed from 67 to 1980 to 1993?
From a playing standpoint, almost nothing, Peter. The golf ball goes a little farther now. A couple of holes, but I don't think it's going to allow us to force us to play driver rather than 3-wood off the tee. I think the golf course is almost the same.
Craig Perry on the tee at the par 3 16th.
And oddly enough, we've had absolutely perfect weather all 3 times we played here. And very easy conditions all 3 times. There's a young man that really is a tough little player and tough competitor.
John Adams. Now let's go back to Jansen. This is at the 13th. He is tied with Payne Stewart for the lead in the U.S. Open. Underneath, you can check everybody in alphabetical order on the right-hand side, the hole that they have completed here. Low 15 in ties, exempted into Oakmont and the 1994 U.S. Open.
A little left to right.
Let's go up and watch Watson birdie attempt at 17.
About 5 inches out of the cup, Mr. Watson, and there she goes, right down to the bottom.
I think he saw you do that in 1980.
Well, I think he's had enough opportunity to watch the replays. I've made him watch it a lot of times.
Now, Payne Stewart, an opportunity to take the lead here at the 13th.
Almost the same line as Jansen's putt. Lee expected his ball to work to the right. It didn't seem to. So maybe Payne is going to go to school on that. Stayed out.
I stand corrected. It doesn't work right.
The thing I'm impressed with, though, Jack, is Payne has hit good putts the last 3 or 4 holes.
He really has, hasn't he? I think he's settled down and he's in the middle of it now. He's in control of himself. That's a big positive thing for Payne, obviously.
Well, now it's interesting with Watson coming to the 18th tee. He stands at 2 under. There have been 34 birdies at the 18th today. So Tom can certainly think about how to maneuver his way to 3 under par. The leaders here tied at 5 under par right now. Now let's see if Jansen has steadied himself.
But Brad, I don't think Tom's not thinking birdie.
You go for it and try to get the eagle here.
Yeah, Tom's thinking eagle. He's got eagle on his mind all the way. You can bet on that. And he'll just hit that tee shot as hard as he can hit it. Paul was a little unlucky here not to get the ball out into the fairway to get a little crisper lie. But
he had 145 with a pitching wedge. Needs to get up just a little bit.
He was trying to get a little flyer out of it, Jerry, wasn't he?
Yeah, Jack, there have been 9 eagles so far in this U.S. Open on 18, so certainly Watson has an opportunity here. Has to hit a better tee shot than yesterday.
Well, this is taken off well down the right.
Oh, no. No, he went the other way yesterday. Remember, he pulled it into the hazard off the tee. So his downfall has been here on the 18th tee. What a shame that was, hitting that over there. Now, Payne Stewart on the 14th tee.
Payne with a driver here at 14 today, and it's headed right.
As you can see on the right side of that fairway, the USGA has let that rough grow in. Payne's ball is generally in the middle of the fairway, but because of the tightening of the fairways, he's found the rough.
Yeah, this fairway today, Peter, is we've been driving it by the crown of the fairway, and now with a little wind in our face, the ball's landing on the crown, and you sort of just have to be a little careful of the bunker off the tee, and you're sort of sticking it out to the right a little bit. And unless you can really pop it down the left side, then you can let's see what he does with it. Well, he left it in the left road.
So both the leaders find the rough, but unfortunately for Tom Watson at the 18th, he found the trees. And we'll have more for the 1993 U.S. Open after this message and a word from our ABC station.
The 1993 U.S. Open, this ABC Sports exclusive, is brought to you by Lincoln Mercury and the complete line of 1993 Lincoln and Mercury automobiles. And by Karsten Manufacturing, makers of custom-fit, custom-built ping, zing, irons, and woods.
Now, moments ago, this is on videotape, Paul Azinger. Daly strays 3 back of Stewart and Jansen. Now Azinger is at the 16th tee, so he has this par 3 and then the 2 par 5s up ahead.
He has 204 yards today on the 16th hole, this par 3. Paul with a 6-iron, wind from his right, pin on the front left.
He knows that standing right here, he says, I've got to have 2 birdies. He says, if one of them, if they stumble behind me, then I can get there. He said, if I don't get 2 birdies, though, I'm not going to get there. And I think that's what he's got going through his mind. At least that's what I'd have going through my mind.
Get in there, Paul. That's all I got.
I tell you what, that is at the flag if it's enough club. Got lucky.
Unlucky at the same time, Jerry.
So they got lucky just to jump over the first mound.
Yeah, but then it kicked dead left on him. And he's still got a really good shot at birdie right here.
Second shot for Stewart at 14.
He's got 144 yards from the right-hand rough. Pretty good angle, but this flag stick cut all the way on the left-hand side today, well guarded by the front left bunker.
If I were Payne, I think I'd be shooting a little to the right of the flag. A little to the left of the flag.
Oh, it didn't kick straight.
Come on, Payne, baby, come on.
Now Lee Jansen with his second shot.
143 yards. He absolutely cannot play at the flag. Landed in the perfect spot.
That was really a nice play out of the rough. Really smart play. Right distance, leaving himself probably 15, 18 feet.
He punched out to here. Third shot for Watson on 18.
Little breeze in his face right now. 190 yards. He's got 4 iron.
Cut.
All right, he's putting at least. He's going to drive it
So Payne Stewart has caught Lee Jansen here on the backside of the 93rd U.S. Open at Baltusrol. Paul Azinger with a birdie opportunity at 16 and 2 par 5s on up ahead. Still very much in pursuit of this championship. Scott Hoke, in brilliant fashion, closed out with 3 consecutive birdies in the clubhouse at -2. Now Payne Stewart steps inside the bunker here at 14.
If he's ever had an easy bunker shot on this golf course, this is it. He has plenty of green to work it with. The ball will run when it hits, but it's not going to take off on him. Payne is a good bunker player.
Fine bunker shot.
I think he'll be happy with that one.
I'm impressed with Payne's composure right now. He's had a few things get away from him, but he's hanging in there very nicely.
Let's go up to 18, and Watson with a long birdie putt. He is at 2 under.
Putt will go a little bit from his right to left. And it won't be quite as fast as one might think. He's got speed in it. That's the Tom Watson we know and love. How about that?
the new leader in the clubhouse, Mr. Watson.
After starting bogey, double bogey today, that's quite a comeback. That is some great stuff.
Now let's go back to Lee Janzen. This for birdie and the lead at 14. Leads again.
You don't see any huge smiles on his face, do you? He's inside himself. He's got his mind on what he's doing, not what the gallery's doing.
Will that be the putt that we'll see over and over when they remind us of this 93rd U.S. Open? We'll wait and see. Now it is Craig Perry's third shot at 17. Brilliant. Hazinger's birdie attempt at 16.
Boy, he has hit the edges a lot this week.
Well, he's moving all over it when he's putting. He's just not staying still. As soon as he hit that putt, he looked right up.
Worth another look. You get a special invitation and you make the most of it. The Ryder Cup captain. He may name himself to that team. Way to go, Tom. Hazinger cleans up at 16.
Brett, Tom Watson said that he would not name himself to the team. The only way he would make the team would be to win a tournament and play his way onto the team.
So now Lee Janzen back in the lead. He's showing us some mettle, hasn't he, today?
Head was much better there.
And the result good, too.
I know Lee's instructor, Rick Smith's in the gallery, and I know that all he would have to do is be thinking about what Rick's thinking walking down the fairway. And I know Rick would have thought, hey, Lee, you dropped it inside on that tee shot on 14 and you hit the ball left. I'm just betting that that's what he thought in his head. Probably saw Rick, and Rick obviously wouldn't say anything, but I'm betting on that. Nice shot there, too. The game is on.
So Janzen leading Stewart by 1. Coming down. Fairway to par 4. 15th. There have been only 5 birdies on this hole today. This has been one of the toughest holes on the course. Well, a year ago, Larry Loretti ambushed Jack Nicklaus and the other senior greats at the U.S. Senior Open Championship. Can he do it again? Find out starting Saturday, July 10th on ABC Sports. But now we want to take you into the woods and clear up a story involving Tom Watson. From our vantage point here at 18, we were unable to see what transpired. Watch this now. He had taken and hit his tee shot into the woods on the right side. This his second, ricocheted back. Then from this opening, he punched out. And here is Watson.
Watch that. It's just like the USGA ad without the sound.
Then Watson came out, threw it up, and made par, not birdie, but just as dramatic, wasn't it? Now let's go back to Lee Janzen. Leads by 1.
145 yards, second shot at the 15th.
Go Lee!
Wide. It's headed toward the center of the green.
Oh.
Just according to statistics, this is the toughest hole left for Janzen.
That shot will never hurt him, though. That's a good shot.
Just get a par here and move on would be absolutely ideal.
You got that right.
Payne Stewart drove the ball down the left-hand side of the fairway and very long here, so he's got a much better angle at the flagstick than Lee Janzen had. Payne's only got 124 yards. Flag's cut 6 paces from the right side, so a good angle for Payne.
There have been almost 3 times as many bogeys on this hole as birdies today. Well, the stage is set for great drama here for the final holes, with Lee Janzen leading Payne Stewart by 1. Paul Azinger facing the par 5s. Tom Watson at 2 under. Scott Hoke with the great finish. Craig Perry also at 2 under. Peter Jacobson, you and I will settle back here and wait for some interviews, and let's turn it over to our colleagues Jim McKay and Jack Nicklaus now. And Jim, what a great ending you're going to have to this one.
It should be fabulous. The date here today, if you've just joined us, much better than yesterday. Yesterday, that 100-degree humidity and temperature to match. Today, a little bit better, a little bit of a breeze out there. Jack, of course, you played. Must have been much more pleasant, wasn't it?
That was a nice day to play, Jim. It was probably low to mid 80s at max, and it's not near the humidity. It was a real pleasant day to play golf. A little bit of a breeze, and but from the opposite direction. So it's a good day.
Well, on 18 now, Craig Parry trying to get home in 2. He's at 2 under, 4 shots out of the lead, tied for 3rd.
Pretty good shot. He's going to have a little work left, but not that difficult up and down from there.
230 or 140.
Now back to the 15th and the leaders. Janzen leading by 1 over Stewart. Again, if you've just joined us, Janzen held steady until the 12th hole when he missed a short putt, dropped back into a tie, but then he's regained the lead. Somebody said a long time ago, Jack, that sport doesn't build character, it reveals it. That's where we are now, I think.
Yep, you've got a lot of character. You're going to need to show up in the next couple of holes for these guys. They both have got the right place to putt from on this green. I don't think either one of them is really looking at being in danger of 3-putting unless they take a big run at it. But they're both putting up the hill into the grain, and which is probably the safest of all putts, even though they are a fair distance from the hole.
Okay. All sorts of birdie possibilities yet to come here, Jack, with a par 3 with 17 and then the eagle possibility on 18. Could turn many ways, couldn't it?
Yeah, a lot of things can happen in the next few holes, Jim. We've got a lot of golf left.
Tom Watson, by the way, for the championship was 5 over on the front 9 and 7 under on the back.
Well, Tom's Tom's finished very, very well, and of course the two putts he holed at 17 and 18. I think he'd like to break those up in about 8-footers, but not today. He needed both of those, and they were two wonderful putts.
Now, so tie for the lead again. Payne Stewart. The birds of Baltusrol chirping away in the background. Has he got a little bug there or something, probably? I've never seen two faces more, as you said, into themselves than these two are right now.
They're both right in the middle of it, Jim. Yep. They know they've got a stretch run here.
Paul Azinger, third shot on 17.
With a sand wedge from 111, you can really tell the pressure's mounting when these guys start missing fairways, laying it up with a 5-iron. Needs to birdie the last two.
Some pretty good shot there.
Jansen's par putt. On they move to the par 3 16th. Now the big scoreboard is wrong. I think maybe they're going to change it now because the crowd up here has the wrong impression. They had Stewart leading Jansen by 1. Well, they said Jack is back. Jack is back 13 years ago. Maybe on the scoreboard today they should put Tom Watson is back. Here he is with Brent.
Absolutely, Jim. Tom Watson is back, and Tom, we know what it's like to correct a score. We tried to give you a birdie on the last hole. We didn't realize you'd hit the tree in underneath, punching out, but a great finish.
Well, I hacked it around on the 18th hole the last 2 days. It was a nice way to finish, obviously, making the putts at 17 and 18, and I'm happy about the way I scored today. I started off poorly. I made a bogey in the first hole and a double bogey the second hole, and played a pretty good stretch of golf for about 7 or 8 holes, and I didn't keep the ball in the fairway very well after that. But it's been a great championship. I've always enjoyed playing Baltusrol. I've played well here, and I'm glad next year that the USGA, who so graciously gave me the exemption this year, won't have to even consider it next year, and I'll be in the tournament again next year at Oakmont.
Absolutely. It's wonderful. Out at 17, talk to us about the putt out there, Tom.
Well, I just missed a short putt at 16 and 17. I had it from about 20 feet, and it was just a slight right to left breaker. It didn't break very much at the end. It just hung out there to the right and curled in the back. It wasn't quite like Jack's putt when he made it on the 71st hole to win in 1980, but it was good enough.
Nice job. Congratulations. Back we go to Jim and Jack.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Tom. Now, here we are on the 16th tee, par 3.
Jansen with a 5-iron here at 16.
It's either lucky or unlucky. I'm not really sure.
I was wondering about that. That's right. Would he be better up in the bunker or not?
No. He's all right where he is. But I mean, he could have gotten a forward bounce and gotten the ball fairly close to the hole.
Yep.
As we've seen other players do today. And he bounced sideways, but he did get it over the bunker, and he shouldn't have much problem with making 3 from there.
I saw the back of his wife there in the blue dress, Lee Jansen's wife, now Payne Stewart.
Payne trying to get a little bit of feel for the win right here. Lee Jansen's ball landed, it looked to me like a good 8 yards short of where he wanted it to land.
It barely got over the bunker, Mark. It would not have carried the left bunker but it did carry the right bunker.
I'm sure he still doesn't know where that ball is.
No, but he's not in bad shape.
Payne Stewart's got a 6-iron.
6-iron.
He's going to need to get on this one pretty well.
That'd be the first 6-iron played here today. But I noticed a couple of weeks ago coming down the stretch, I have never seen a man play such long irons as Payne did at the Memorial Tournament. And he gets pumped up. He gets those arms and that right side of his body pulling through there, and he whaps it pretty good.
This is a very high shot toward the right-hand side.
It's okay.
Just sort of slings it.
Long way from the hole.
He's a long way from the hole, but he is on the green.
There they are, Stewart and Jansen.
It's going to be interesting right here. Normally, on the tour, we out of courtesy, we just have the fellow off the green play first. But Jansen's considerably closer to the hole than Stewart is, and I'd be kind of curious. I think Jansen's going to probably say, no, you're away, you play.
And it's the decision of the man who's closer.
The person who's away is the one who's going to play. Usually the other fella, because it's quicker, just goes ahead and plays up.
Yeah.
We'll see what he does.
Azinger birdie attempt at 17. Remember, he's tied for 3rd place now.
Well, it's not a dissimilar putt than what Tom had. He's a little higher on the green, but it's going to break a little right to left. And let's see if we can get the right pace on this spot.
Now Craig Parry has birdied 18, so he moves into sole possession of 3rd place, 3 under. Parry shot 68 today. Here it is. That was it. The birdie for Craig Parry of Australia. He hangs in there for 68 today. Now in 3rd place. There are his scores. So it's Jansen still by 1 over Stewart, as it was when the day began. At one point they dropped into a tie, but now it's Jansen by 1 again. Ernie Els had a good round today from South Africa. David Edwards fell back a bit at the end. Here's Azinger. The 18th tee.
Oh, was that a good positive stroke? Paul usually finds himself pulling out of it a little bit. Boy, his head stayed right into that one just perfect. That was really good.
We should see some big drives from here on, because they'll all be going for that eagle trying to catch Jansen. Here he is.
I'm very surprised at this. Jansen playing first. And Jansen's considerably closer to the hole than Stewart. I don't believe I would, if I were sitting in Lee's place, I think I'd make Stewart putt first. I'd want to see what he's doing.
On the other hand, let him see what you're doing. How about that? How about that? Lee Jansen with a birdie on the par 3 16th hole. Moves to 7 under where he started the day.
Well, it shows you what I know, Jim.
Jack, I think he was really anxious to hit that shot. I walked up there and looked at the lie. It was a perfect lie. The grass was growing toward the hole. So it was very easy for him to get the club cleanly on it.
Well, he sure did. Now the pressure goes once again on Payne Stewart, champion 2 years ago. With all the experience of a veteran and a former champion, but Lee Jansen has not shaken all day today. Here it is again. Down the middle.
I don't know why it is. I always seem to remember fellas chipping in near the end of major championships.
Funny that you would.
Yeah.
17 at Pebble Beach. That
And
was 11 years ago.
17 at Muirfield, Scotland, too.
That's right.
Trevino.
Yep. 1972.
72.
championship decided by one-inch situations like that. Lee Janzen now has taken the lead by 2 shots over Payne Stewart. But hold on, there are 2 holes to go, both of them par 5s. And off they move to the 17th tee. There's Jansen's reaction. As you said, no smile yet. There won't be a smile, I think, until he walks off the 18th. Kay Azinger's second shot on 18.
He has 242 yards to the hole, and he's pulled out his driver. He's got to really get on this one. Of course, the type of driver he's using is pretty easy to get the ball up in the air with his metal wood Bertha. He's got to bring it in from left to right with that pin on the front right.
You really think he needs that much club, Jerry?
Wind's actually back into his face here. He knows he needs to make a 3 to be a threat. That one's fading out to the right. He just didn't stay with it.
Bunker.
And he needed all of it.
Yeah, he did.
Well, it's a matter of how far up the leaderboard he could move. It's a 5-shot difference now between him and Jansen.
Tee shot at 17 for Lee Jansen is headed right. Trees have been very friendly to Lee Jansen.
Quiet, please! Quiet, please!
And the crowd does as it's told, quiets down for Payne Stewart.
Neither Payne Stewart nor Lee Jansen has had much success at this 17th hole. In fact, they haven't made a birdie between them during the week. Jansen with 3 pars. Payne Stewart's actually made 2 5s and a 6. This one's down the left-hand side. Gonna land in the rough, though.
Let's go.
Doesn't look like too bad a lie from here. Now here is Lee Jansen's shot. Watch it hit the tree, into the tree, hits a branch there, drops down and kicks out towards the fairway, onto the fairway. Well, those even up somewhere along the line, don't they, Jack?
Yeah, they sure do.
We'll be back with more golf action from the 1993 U.S. Open. We'll be back after this message and a word from our ABC station.
ABC Sports exclusive coverage of the 1993 U.S. Open continues.
Payne Stewart trailing by 2 in the U.S. Open. Contemplating his second shot on the 17th hole, the 630-yard par 5.
He's driven the ball into the left-hand rough. Not a real bad lie. The problem is this fairway slopes from left to right. Coming out of the rough, he's going to have trouble keeping it in the fairway. Left to hand it up, landed up on the left-hand side.
The idea to clear those cross bunkers, put yourself in position for a good third shot, which he's done. Now, Lee Jansen has already played his shot. We're going to show that to you now. Well, the way he played.
Lee had a 2-iron here. I wasn't really sure he could carry the cross bunkers, but he caught it flush.
Yes, he did. So it's tit for tat, Stewart and Jansen, but Stewart needs better than that. 2 holes to complete. Azinger put his second shot in the bunker to the right of the 18th green.
You think he's thinking about 2 weeks ago, Jim?
Yeah. Duplication wouldn't be bad, right?
No, it wouldn't be bad.
himself that for the birdie 4. There it is once again. Maybe you've just come in. Lee Janzen, who started the day with a 1-stroke lead over Payne Stewart, lost that lead on the 12th hole, regained it, and now has lengthened it to 2 shots with, well, 1 1/3 holes to play, you might say. There are some of the others. Ernie Els today had a 68, the South African. Nick Price dropped down in the standings there. So did David Edwards. Fred Couples came in 1 over for the championship. Barry Lane about the best of the Europeans. Azinger again now for the birdie. That would move him into a tie for 3rd place with Craig Parry of Australia. Azinger even par for the day to this point. And so he did. Azinger with a round of 69. We finish at 3 under for the championship. 71, 68, 69, 69. Pretty good.
You never know. I mean, 3 under. I mean, stranger things have happened. I don't expect it to happen, but it's he's left himself in a position.
Yep. Now Lee Janzen's 3rd shot on the long 17th.
How long a shot's he got here, Mark?
147 yards. Should be just a good smooth 8-iron.
Should aim it out to the right of the green, right of the flag. The only place you don't want to miss it here is left.
Go in the hole. Go in the hole. Go in the hole.
Not so bad.
That's a pretty gutsy play playing it out that flag today. 2-shot lead.
He's been a pretty gutsy guy all day long.
Yeah, he has. He's been really good.
Lee Janzen, not only a fine golfer, but a big sports fan, a dedicated fan of the Baltimore Orioles. He used to live in Westminster, Maryland for a while. Also the Orlando Magic, I think he likes now.
Payne Stewart now with 123 yards. He's over on the right-hand side of the fairway, so a very good angle at the flag. Certainly at this point, I think he's got to be thinking he needs to make a 4.
Nice and slow. Stick it in there.
4 may not actually even gain a shot on Lee Janzen, but he certainly couldn't afford to lose one. He's played shots from this distance well all week long, hit them very close.
Eat it up.
Good aggressive shot.
And there are the 2 balls. See the situation? Very simple. Now, Fred Funk's birdie attempt at 18. He's played a really fine championship here.
I played with Fred yesterday. It's the first time I ever played with him. He really played well. Shot 67 yesterday.
And looks like even par 70 today to finish at 1 under for the championship. Well, 37 years old. He was kind of a late bloomer coming on the tour, but he should have a lot of good golf left in him. There it is. 70 for Fred Funk. 70, 72, 67, and 70. He's happy. He's pleased enough. Now back to 17 and the drama. The crowd coming in from all other parts of the golf course, gathering around the last 2 now. They've limited attendance to 28,000, but I think they all came every day because it's been crowded out here. Be interesting if Janzen can get another birdie. He would become only the 2nd player to shoot all 4 rounds of the U.S. Open under 70. Lee Trevino, as you see, was the only one to do it. He did that at Oak Hill in '68. Now, if Janzen gets a birdie also, I guess I should mention, Jack, that he'll tie your 72-hole record.
And 2 birdies, he breaks it.
That's true.
Yep.
You were saying earlier they're made to be broken, but
well,
not,
I think
not if they're your own record.
Oh, sure. I think I expect my records to be broken. I think that's the way it should be. It's as time goes on, the golfers are getting better, the competition's getting stiffer, there's more and more fellas have a chance to win, and you're forced to shoot lower scores. You're forced to shoot lower scores, records go.
Okay. To do it at age 28, when you've been in 3 U.S. Opens before and have never made the cut, you know, never won a major championship, would be some achievement. We may think about the records, but I think we can be sure he's not thinking about any records right now, except the record of winning an Open.
Now, the first time that I won here, I had a 3-shot lead on Arnold going into the last hole, and I needed to make birdie to break Hogan's record. And Hogan's record never even entered my mind. I wanted to win the golf tournament, and if I had a chance to break the record after I won the golf tournament, fine, and that's what happened.
You knew, though, when you were coming down the fairway.
Well, I mean, Hogan's record?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't in my mind. I could care less about Hogan's record. I had a 3-shot lead, and I wanted to make sure I didn't mess it up, and I messed up 1 shot. And then you saw earlier where I hit the 1-iron into the green. Then I knew that the Open was mine. Then I wanted to make the record.
Sure.
Once you win the tournament, he hasn't won the tournament yet. Payne's got a birdie putt here, and you know, that's
eagle chance at 18.
Yeah, well, if he makes this, they're only 1 shot apart, obviously, and that's. Puts a little bit more pressure. When I came here in Aoki in '80, I wanted to keep that 2-shot spread. By Payne missing this gives Lee the opportunity to play the 18th hole conservatively and not cause any problems. Now, I think that I don't know what Lee will do, but I played a 1-iron off of there in '67 simply because I knew I couldn't make any more than probably 6 with it. And he'll probably I don't know what he'll play off the tee, but he really wants to play for 5. That's the thing he wants to play for. Put it in the fairway, put his 2nd shot up short of the green, pitch it on, go. He may go ahead and hit a driver. He's a very good driver. He may go ahead and hit the driver and go ahead and get it up around the green and do it another way. But we'll see.
Try to make 5 and bet that Stewart's not going to make an eagle. There haven't been many of them here, really. It's a possibility, but not many. Here is the 18th hole at Baltusrol, 542 yards, much shorter than 17, as we said. A lot of people do reach the green in 2.
Well, you've got the water on the left is the big problem, Jim, and if you take a driver off the tee, you can reach the water. 3-wood won't reach the water. 2nd shot, obviously, you play up to the green if you hit a big drive in the fairway, or you lay it up short of the green, pitch it over the bunker there in the front of the green, pins front right. I think anywhere on the green is probably not too difficult to putt today.
There have only been 9 eagles on the 18th hole during this championship.
He's got his driver in his hand.
You say it served him well, and he's a good driver, so he's got the confidence.
Yep.
Settle, please.
Now it comes down to this: 1 hole to win the U.S. Open.
Down the right-hand side.
on the right. Over to Payne Stewart. Who has to try to get home in 2, right? Or does he?
Yes, I think Payne's going to have to try to get home in 2. I think Payne's got to think eagle. I don't think he's going to think that Jansen's going to make bogey.
Right.
Shot here right down the center.
So he's done what he has to do to have a chance.
What a great bounce. See how hard that ball bounced? Getting down in the you can throw the ball up in the air for a second shot.
It isn't over yet. The U.S. Open always ends on Father's Day, you know, and earlier we talked to Lee Jansen about a Father's Day present for his dad.
He's probably more nervous than I am. I know that. But he's enjoying every minute of it. He loves to come out and watch the golf tournaments. And, you know, I know he's going to be out there rooting real hard for me, just like anybody else's dad was. And the support my dad has given me is, you know, it's been tremendous. And I hope I can give him one of the greatest Father's Day presents of all time. But, you know, if not, happy Father's Day anyway.
But it looks like maybe so. Not yet.
Let's say identical, yeah.
Okay, Stewart moving down to his ball, at which point he should be able to reach the green quite easily.
Well, I think Lee took a little bit more time over this than he has on all the others. You know, I said I still question the driver, but he kept it out to the right, and he's all right where he is. I don't know what kind of lie he's got. But he makes a nice wide backswing. And he leans a little bit again here, leaning towards the hole with his body. And that's probably to avoid making sure that the ball does not go left. The thing he doesn't want to do when you lean is to drop the club inside. That'll bring the club up and over the ball and produce a hook. But he just hit a little fade down the right side.
You know, they're in exactly the same situation that you and Aoki were in 1980. You were 7 under, Aoki was 5 under.
Absolutely identical.
But let's go back first to 1967. Here was your famous 1-iron, your third shot.
That was the third shot. That was from 238 yards uphill against the wind. It's the longest 1-iron I've ever hit. And of course, I made the putt here. It was 22 feet. Pin was about the same place. Pin might be just a little further to the right today.
Now, Aoki, remember
his third shot. He did not play a good tee shot or second here, and he pitched the shot, and the ball almost went in the hole here.
I was sitting on the tower right over that. As you can see, that almost did go in.
And here, this is 66 yards, little wedge shot. That's Mr. Rogers' figure-8 swing. He stopped up about 8 feet short of the hole. I was very, very pleased to see that ball get on the green somewhere around the hole.
And there went the record. We were holding off the crowd. The crowd was starting to run under the green, weren't they, at that point?
Well, the record was broken. I broke it by 3 strokes, but they had an extra prize in those days for anybody who broke the record. Naoki had a putt to break the record also.
Yeah.
And that's why I stopped everybody.
Yeah.
Naoki made the putt, and he also broke my record.
That's right. Now Lee Jansen's second shot.
The yardage that Lee Jansen is looking at right now is what it's going to take him to get it over the water hazard into the fairway.
What kind of lies he got, Mark?
He's got a very poor lie.
Well, I think I'd be laying it up short.
Well, you just heard him say 40. I think the yardage over the water is 140.
Well, he can reach the green from short. Well, it's a big decision in this young man's life, right here.
Still thinking it through.
He's going to go over the water, isn't he?
Oh, what a moment now.
Take all the time you need, buddy.
What did he change to, Mark?
He's definitely got a club with more loft, Jack.
Got a sand wedge. He's going to lay it up short. I think that's a smart play.
I think you're right. He needs to get it down to about 190.
That's what he did.
And he only hit the shot 80 yards.
I've seen this play before. We just saw it about 5 minutes or 2 minutes ago on television.
So did he hit it far enough?
He did. He's still going to have a long shot, but boy, the gallery's revved up now, yelling for Payne.
I guess. Okay, Jack.
Oh, boy, I tell you, I've been in that position before, and I know how Payne Stewart feels, and I know how Lee Jansen feels. Payne's all revved up now. He's probably one of the few players today that even hit it far enough to be able to hit an iron into this green. He's saying, oh, I've got an opportunity. I got to take advantage of it.
Remember, if he's on in 2, he'll have a chance for an eagle 3. He trails by 2.
And I think he's thinking now, he said, well, I've got to put the pressure back on Lee. He says, I've got to get this ball on the green. He said, give myself a chance.
Stay in the air. Stay in the air. Just left of the flag, but short.
Up the bunker.
I think it was absolutely the right club. I think it looked like to me that he needed to hit the ball just left of the bunker and let it bounce onto the green.
Yep.
And he was just unlucky that he had it right dead on line with that bunker. So I think he probably had the right club in his hand.
His reaction?
It feels like it's slightly helping by this. It's the same ones before. 4 is right over there.
Yes.
Going this way.
Now the pressure again.
Now
Goes to Lee Jansen still.
How far has he got, Mark?
He's got 190 yards, but if he thinks the wind's helping him, he's wrong.
Okay. Well, what do you think? I'm thinking just a good solid 5.
You think I can get 5 there over the front? 81.
81 front, uphill, 87. Bust. Yeah, you're right.
Whatever he takes, just make sure he gets it on the green.
No doubt about it.
Long is no problem, short is no good.
To the right club?
I don't know, but I'd make sure I had enough in my hand. You want to hit it long and a little left if you can. Performance by this 28-year-old from Florida.
Another green?
Try to put yourself in his place as he's welcomed as probably the new U.S. Open champion.
He's got one more shot to watch from Mr. Stewart.
Yep.
And if Payne doesn't hold a bunker shot, then he can putt to tie my record. But he's not thinking record. He's going to watch Mr. Stewart play a shot first.
And of course, we already recall what Azinger did in your Memorial Championship just a few weeks ago. It's happened more than once. But listen to the welcome. golf is for people of all ages and shapes, and it's also for people like Lee Janzen at age 28. Last year we had Tom Kite at 43. Everybody's got a shot in this game. Have another look at Lee Janzen's shot to the green. It was just tremendous.
He took a little longer over this shot, Jim, than I expected him to. I think he just wanted to make sure. And I don't think he wanted to leave it on the right side of that hole. But I think he's very, very happy with it now.
There's your head, they called. There it was. Now Payne Stewart. He's not that far from the hole, as you can see.
No, he's got a...
Just about the same distance Azinger was, I think.
No, he's a little further than that.
A little further?
He's got a fairly long bunker shot, but he's a good bunker player.
So he'll have that for the birdie. It will take him to 6 under, but that won't be enough. Now the quiet that precedes the crowning, it appears, of a champion. There it is. Azinger and Parry tied for third, as you saw. Beverly Janzen. What'd she say? You make it out, Jack? Oh, happy Father's Day, Dad. We love you. Okay, I hope Dad heard that too.
Is Payne away here, Mark?
He is.
He's not just putting out.
It's pretty close. I don't know. I was sure confused back at 16 too, Jack, but Payne and Given Lee the option there.
I think Payne has conceded the tournament. He's going to allow Lee to finish out last.
Well, there's the birdie. He didn't give up for the last putt. Payne Stewart finishing at 6 under for the championship, even par 70 for today's round. Champion 2 years ago. Hasn't won a tournament since, but he couldn't have come closer today.
He cut off the run.
Now, all kinds of opportunities for Lee Janzen here to become the second man to shoot all 4 rounds under 70 and to tie Jack Nicklaus's record for 72 holes in the U.S. Open, which was set here 13 years ago.
Jim, those may be running through our mind, but his only thing that's running through his mind is, let's not make sure I don't have a second putt here.
Of the greatest player ever to play the game, Jack Nicklaus.
Well done, Lee Janzen.
Oh, boy. Look at Payne Stewart. I think you see more of that kind of reaction from the opponent in golf than any other game, Jack.
Yeah, golfers are, as a rule, pretty darn good sports. And Payne Stewart has had a bitter pill to swallow 2 of the last 3 weeks, and he's got a good race.
So Lee Janzen, who had won 2 tournaments on tour, won the Phoenix Open earlier this year, and was tied for third just last weekend in Westchester, has won the U.S. Open. He has to check his scorecard. He's responsible for that. If he should make a mistake, he could be disqualified. So he'll take his time. It happened many years ago in the Masters to Roberto de Vicenzo of Argentina. But there it is, Lee Janzen by 2 over Payne Stewart, by 5 over Azinger and Craig Parry of Australia. Then Tom Watson with that wonderful gutsy finish. Scott Hope birdieing the last 3. Ray Floyd sneaking in there as he almost always does. So stay with us. We'll be back at the U.S. Open. The 93rd Open is complete. The 94th will be played at the Oakmont Country Club outside Pittsburgh. Then Shinnecock Hills on Long Island. Oakland Hill outside Detroit. The Congressional Country Club in Washington. 1998, still to be announced. 1999, an interesting idea, the Pinehurst Golf Club in North Carolina. And then Pebble Beach in the year 2000. You know, tickets for the Open this week at Baltusrol were sold out last December, and the sellout is expected for next year's Open Championship. So if you're interested in information about how to get tickets, you can call the U.S. Open ticket office at this number, 908-719-9494. Take a look, 719-9494. Well, there is the champion, looking a bit stunned at this point. He's checked the score over.
Take a minute.
Mark Carlson, the
I'm okay
USGA.
right now. Who knows if I'll be okay?
Oh, that's his wife. Well, with all the misery in this world these days, it's nice to see someone enjoying a moment of ultimate joy. That was it. We're waiting for the presentation now. As you take a look at the final scores, we're going to be here for the presentation. Well, a bit of high emotion the last hour or so here. Have any further reaction to what's happened here, Jack?
Jim, I think that we saw some awfully gutty golf today by both Lee Janzen and Payne Stewart.
Yep.
They both hung in there. They played good, solid golf. They didn't play spectacular golf, but usually in the last round of the U.S. Open, you don't see spectacular golf. The winner is the guy who plays solid golf, and that's what Lee did. And of course, he birdied 2 of the last 3 holes. That was the difference.
They both played intelligent golf, didn't they?
Yeah, I think
really
that neither one of them hit the ball that great on the front 9, but they managed their games very well. And then the back 9, they well, Lee made the birdies at 14, 16, and 18. So that's the golf tournament right there, coming down the stretch. He made the ones he needed to make. Payne didn't, and you know, somewhere in that last round, there's got to be a bit of brilliance to separate yourself, and that's what Lee did. And that was just terrific. He just really proud of him. And you know, I played quite a few practice rounds with him this year, and seen him play, and I've seen the young man come along. And he's a nice young man. He's very cool. He's very confident, and you know, it's nice to see nice young men win.
It sure is. Birdieing 3 of the last 5 holes to do it. Again, we continue to look at the scores of those who played all 72 holes, and that's it. Robert Gamez bringing up the rear, 18 over par. And this is the top of the board once again. 93rd U.S. Open. The year of the century always coincides with the number of the Open, but that's only because several Opens were skipped during wars. Now here's the president of the USGA, Stuart Block, and behind him, the U.S. national champion of golf. See if we can get Stu's mic open there. Lee, well, he said champion and Lee Jackson, so we get the idea. Why not? I don't don't think that was perspiration he was wiping from his eyes. No, indeed.
Such an emotional moment for you right now. This was one of the most remarkable performances that you turned in after three-putting that one green out there on the 12th. You steadied yourself and you were just cool-handed all day.
I don't know if I can pull myself to even talk. Hopefully I can say something. I just feel like the luckiest man alive right now.
Well, we're joined here by your lovely wife, Beverly. I know you're expecting your first child this fall. Congratulations, Beverly. We saw you out there, and I know it's emotional for you, too, watching today.
It was. He just did a wonderful job. I'm so proud of him.
Lee, tell me about the crowd here in New York, the enthusiasm of the fans when you come to the tri-state area.
Unfortunately, I haven't had much chance to witness other opens on the weekend, but if anybody's better than this, I'd like to see it.
Let me take you to what we think are the turning points. And that, of course, came, you and Payne now were deadlocked. You had three putt at the 12th, but at 14, you get back after it. Let's talk about that putt.
I hit what I thought was a pretty good drive, and I was still in the rough. And I played a really nice wedge shot to the green, and I saw where the pin might be early in the week, and I had a feeling it was going to break to the right from anywhere in the middle of the green. And you know, my thought was just make the best stroke and hit the best putt I've ever hit, and just hope for the best, and it went in.
Now you have a one-stroke advantage. You come to the par 3 16th. You were in a treacherous spot, but it was so reminiscent of Tom Watson out at Pebble Beach. Tell us about chipping that one in.
A couple of the chip shots I had today out of the rough were pretty thick grass, and they were tough lies. And for some reason, when I got there, the grass was laying with me towards the hole, which made it much easier to hit it. And I felt like that was probably the best lie I had all week to chip from. And that was just a blessing for me. And I hit the chip exactly how I thought I had to hit it. And once again, you know, was lucky enough that it went in.
Then the 18th, the nerves on the tee.
Yeah, I know with Payne's length, he was going to hit a good drive and give himself a chance to make eagle. So I felt like I had to hit driver too, and I was hoping to put it in the fairway and put it up here near the green so I can, you know, make him make eagle. I didn't want to make a bogey somehow, and I almost brought that into play. I had a tough lie in the rough there. Didn't feel comfortable laying it up over the water, and I knew I could get to the green on my third shot from short of the water. So I just hit a sandwich out, tried to hit a 4-iron in the middle of the green, and hit a little fade, pushed it, but the wind held it up, and I got a great bounce, and you know, I couldn't have hit it there if I tried to.
Ladies and gentlemen, a most deserving United States Open champion, Lee Janzen. And we go back to Jim McKay.
All right, Brent. And again, with all the misery on earth today, I think we all seize the moment when someone experiences a feeling of pure joy, a time when everything comes together for them, as it did this afternoon for Lee Janzen. And he must think to himself, at least fourth a day, what a wonderful world. This was the views that lit the fire to win the Open. It's been a privilege to be here in the commentary booth with Brent Musburger, Peter Jacobsen, Peter Alice, the greatest golfer of them all, Jack Nicklaus. And I wish we had time to mention all of our reporters on the fairways. But what a privilege it's been to watch Payne Stewart there and Lee Janzen, to see the sportsmanship that golf seems to bring out in people. It's been a wonderful day. I hope you've enjoyed it. This is Jim McKay saying so long.